Hello, am I audible? Hello, hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Awesome. So, how many people folks are already here, or is it a live?
Yeah, we are starting. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day two of HackSpace. Yesterday was an incredible kickoff packed with powerful mentor session, hands-on Discord activities, and amazing participation from all you. And today we will take it even further. For those who have joined us new today, let me introduce myself. I am Shishi Srivastava, the host for today's event, and I welcome you all to HackSpace. Get ready for some new learnings, fresh challenges, and another day of building, exploring, and pushing your skills to the next level. Let's make day two even more impactful. Now, before diving into it, I would like to share a short glimpse of Hackspace. It is a next gen online innovation arena where coders, designers, builders, and tech enthusiasts come together to learn, experiment, and create. Whether you are exploring blockchain, diving into generative AI, or simply leveling up your skills, Hackspace gives you perfect mix of learning, building, and community energy. Now it's time to bring the spotlight to a very special person, our mentor for the very first session for the blockchain track. Please welcome Mr. Kanish Chaurasia. He's a Web3 builder and a founder of Fluxor with prior experience at Blockpen. His work lies at the intersection of AI and blockchain, where he focuses on building innovative and future steady solutions. With his hands on experience as a builder and founder, he brings valuable insights into the real world Web3 development and emerging technologies. We're excited to have him today with us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us. You can start with the session.
Hi, GM peoples. So, myself Karish, and thank you, Shasti, for warm welcome. I just wanted to know before we start that there will be any live audience will be there, or we are just gonna record it for the future.
We are actually streaming live on YouTube so that they can interact with you through live chat.
Okay, awesome. So, can I get a GM from everyone who is watching and who is with us for this session? GM people. Okay. So proceeding with further, just give me 1 second. Okay. How many builders are over here? Any builders are here?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Kanishak.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
so we have live audience on our StreamYard as well as on YouTube. So
Okay.
right now we have some 20 to 25 builders on our StreamYard.
Okay.
So we can start with that, and the sessions will be recorded live. So you will get the sessions after the day
Okay.
recordings.
Awesome, awesome. No issues. So before we start, for the live audience which we have right now over here, I just wanted to know like how many of you are into Web3 before, like before we start the session, before I open my PPT. I just wanted to know how many of you are into the Web3 before. Have you discovered Web3? What is Web3 blockchain? Any beginner or those kind of thing. Uh, we just started yesterday. Awesome, guys. So just give me 1 second. I'm sharing my screen and let's proceed with it. So today's session will be around deep dive into Web3 as well as smart contracts. Before that, I just wanted to understand one more thing. If you are into Web3, so what did you understand by Web3? For this session, I wanted to add basic knowledge of it, but let's start with the basics. For us, Web3 is like most people knows as crypto. Most people as knows as the development agents, development side. Most of them known Web3 as something that is not trustable at this moment because of the AI. But once we understand what is Web3, how it is crucial for us to understand how we can make it more possible for us to understand Web3, that will make sense. Okay, so before getting deep dive into the Web3, I just wanted to understand, is anyone heard about Web 2 or Web 1? What is the key difference about Web 2 and Web 1? Nishant, Parmesh, Pratik, anyone? Just write into the box and I'll understand it. Next second. Okay, no issues. Let me share the screen. Okay, I guess it is visible. So yeah, so this time we will be hopping towards deep dive smart contract for beginners. Before that, let me give an example. Who am I? I'm Kanish, and as well as Shashti mentioned that I'm the founder and CEO of Fluxer. So what is Fluxer? Fluxer is a decentralized hackathon management platform where you can host and join the hackathon from there. And for this session, what we are gonna take away is basic understanding of Web3, Web 2, and Web 1, along with some hands-on development on smart contract side. So heading towards the today's agenda. So one first will be like introduction to blockchain, types of blockchain, smart contract, and then we'll be having a Q&A. So for now, can I get GM in the chat or in the live stream or anywhere? Awesome. So GM is not just a good morning for us. It's like a phrase where every community people into Web3 and crypto world is active 24 by 7. So once it's active, so there is no good night. It's always GM. That's why we always use a GM, not GN or G good evening or something. Now heading towards introduction to Web3. So Web3 is the next generation of the internet. We always see in that way, where users have more control over their data and online interaction. It's often called decentralized web because it relies on decentralization network like blockchain. And just to give you an example of the decentralized of internet, have you heard about torrent or something like before? The real Web3 or real blockchain doesn't there was a term called torrent. It is still there. So torrents are the files where you can download from the peer-to-peer connection, like P2P. We like it causes the piracy on a massive level, but the tech behind it was amazing, where you will be able to download the things from the other someone's laptop, not someone's from the directly from the internet. It does require the internet to transfer the chunks file from different nodes of the torrent. So that's how the decentralized web work in the web3 space, but in terms of nodes. So some common terms I guess you have must have heard, that is Web3, NFT, DeFi, Metaverse, DAO, DEPs, etc. So we will unleash one by one all the terms like NFT, DeFi, metaverses, DAO, then dApps. So let's start with the dApps. So what are dApps? DApps are decentralized application, means which have the backend not just on the basis of API, which is directly communicating with the blockchain. So since blockchain is a decentralized one, that's why dApps occurs. Same with the metaverses. Metaverse is a space where people interact on decentralized level through the avatar mode. NFT are like non-fungible token. So there are two terms called NFT and FT. So NFT I already mentioned, non-fungible token. FT are fungible tokens. So what does it really means? So fungible tokens are like Ethereum, USDT, USDC, BNB, any others. So which are tradable on Binance and other stuff as a token, not image or something. Whereas NFT, those are non-fungible token where you mint your data on blockchain, and the moment you own it, mint it, you own that data. Okay, and so there is a common difference between like how you can identify this is NFT and this is FT. So FT generally have the liquidity. They have uh, token economics, like let's suppose they will initially mint 100 million tokens, 200 million tokens. It's about that. Whereas the NFT, it can be mint about 10,000, 100,000, but if we mass mint it, that means we are losing the rarity of that, which means NFTs are rares. That's why their prices are worth of millions sometimes. That's how the first NFT of the CryptoPunk got about $7 million. Let's hop forward so that we can understand DeFi later on and about the DAOs. So just to summarize what is Web3, before you need to understand Web1. So in Web1, you have the username and password, you feed it and you got the login. Not just about that, back in days there we already used Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is the best example for the Web1, where you understand that you once share the data, everyone can read it, no one can interact it, no one can rewrite it, no one can edit it. You have your accessibility and there's one point of contact. Then the Web 2, what are the Web 2s? So Twitter, Facebook, Google, where you post something, people react on it, and later on they can communicate through the internet. That's how the Web 2 world. All the data which you publish, it's owned by the company, not by you. That's problem solved by the Web 3. So in Web 3, you connect the wallet, once you mint it, you share it, you mint it, and you own it. So it's about read, write, and own. Web 1 is just read, Web 2 is read and write, Web 3 is about read, write, and own. Okay, we can understand by basic example. If you want to understand Web 3, so sorry, the blockchain stuff. So before that, okay, why does Web 3 matters? Web 3 matters because of the enhanced privacy and control, increased security, transparent, and trust. How it brings into this thing, into the blockchain space, and how it is enhancing the privacy and control. How we are considering a part of how we are considering Web 2 as a part of blockchain. We are not considering Web 2 as a part of blockchain, but we can understand the meaning of blockchain as a part of Web 2. So for an example, we have WhatsApp with us, right? In WhatsApp, we share the data. Let's suppose I am sending an image to Mitesh, and Mitesh having a conversation. There's a day one where I got lost my phone, so all the data is now with Mitesh, right? And that's how it is secure. It is on the one of the copies with the Mitesh, and somehow Mitesh also lost it. So all the data is on the server, but that is not accessible by us because it's already with the company, and they are not without, they are not providing without the confirmation. Whereas in the Web 3, If you have that thing, you have if you have the private key, you can access it by any time. You don't need any login credential, you don't need it anything. And it's, if it's a attached into your ID or your wallet address, you always own it without transferring or without having another thing. Moving forward, to understand the blockchain basics, I'll give an example first. Understand about it. So without blockchain, decentralized aspect of web3 wouldn't exist. That is true. It is blockchain technology that allows data to be stored in a way that is not controlled by any single entity, and makes user transaction on web3 transparent, secure, and direct. That's what I already mentioned about it. So so before hopping towards types of blockchain, I just wanted to let you know, understand, if you understand the concept of linked list, the way head and data are attached with one another, that's how the blockchain work also. I will give you a live example on of that as well. Before that, let us understand about the types of blockchain. So one is the public blockchain like BNB, Ethereum, Solana. These are the example of the public blockchain. Hybrid blockchains, private blend of private and public blockchain, offering a balance of transparency and privacy. For example, in this you can use any private blockchain called Hyperledger. So Hyperledger have two centers where you can having the on-chain process on your side, as well as the different side as well, where the whole community of that they're working on. So then coming on the private blockchain, so it is restricted by the employee and the enterprise for the confidential transaction and streamline process. The very best example is the Indian government blockchain that is available on the blockchain.gov.in, where you can see all the data you can see, but the transaction hash and the minting process, everything is on the private side. You won't be able to see it. That's how the private blockchain works. Then the consortium blockchain, it's a private, public, and multiple organization governed by this thing. So these kind of blockchains came into the picture when you have understanding how the things are gonna work for the institute level. Okay. For this very example, you have the company called, let's suppose, who is um, okay, for the background verification for the BGV, right? So for background verification, you have your mark sheet, you have your work experience and everything. So in that, in any particular blockchain where the government is also contributing, the public sector is also contributing, and the organization is also contributing, that is called a consortium blockchain. Okay, blockchain is, what is blockchain is. So we, for a simple and layman term, it's a decentralized ledger. That's it. It's a decentralized database that keep record of all the transactions happening on the chain. That's it. It's normal to understand a Postgres, which is deployed on multiple nodes, which is connected with a single copy of data into multiple Postgres DB. That's for the those who which are connected are called nodes, as it is mentioned over here, like system 1, system 2, system 3. These are the interlinked, and once anyone try to hack it, let's suppose he wanted to hack this one. So what he need to do, like the hacker need to do, is at least hacking this one. So he or she need to hack the 1 by 2 plus 1, which means 51% of the nodes itself. And so five are there, so he or she need to at least hack three system, then he or she will be able to make the changes into that. So before smart contracts run, now it's time to understand how the things works for blockchain. Okay. Blockchain. Okay. Before anything, like it's all started with hash, right? So what blockchain stores just a hash, not the data, not everything. Let's suppose I am writing I am Ganesh, so it is having a SHA 256 hash, right? It can be different on different system, but Once it is stored on any chain, it will be always same for this I am Ganesh. I'll show you in a while how it will gonna work. So this the hash is the only thing where you can convert any big number of the paragraph into just a fixed length of string called 32-bit or 64-bit or 128 256. So and 512. So 512 is the latest one in the SHA zone. What is block? So block having head address, nonce, data, and hash. So what is the block number? So just to understand you one more thing, whenever the first blockchain mint there, do all the nodes are interconnected? Yes, all the nodes are interconnected in such a manner so that each and every node has their own chance to participate in a validator pool. I'll let you understand what is a validator pool in just a bit after explaining the block and the blockchain part. So in the block, the very first block, whenever it's meant by the any blockchain, is called genesis block. So it's not gonna change any point of time. Whenever there is a change, but in a blockchain, none of the change will gonna impact the genesis block, because that is the time where the chain initiated, right? And the nonce is just the address for that particular block and data. So the data is always stored in a blockchain in a cryptographical method, like already see. If I list Ganesh, so every time the block data change, so it's hash change as well, right? Once the hash change, so that will be understanding how this gonna work. So let's suppose I mine this thing and now it's validated. Nonce address is changed because the block address is changed, and this block number still remains same because there's only one block, there's not a chain. Okay, if there is a chain, so the rest of the blocks of this thing is gonna be making red, and we need to revalidate again. So that's why we called it's really hard to crack or to penetrate into the blockchain. Okay, let's understand this thing into the blockchain. As I already mentioned, it's like a linked list. Okay, so how linked list works? There is a previous block means like head node, then the next concurrent node, and then next. So what linked list contains basically the head node address and the data. So which means the head node is the previous block and the data. That's how the linked list work. But in the blockchain world, we have node and previous hash and the current hash as well. So let's suppose I change k, so all the chain is now in the red mode, which means if any change occurs in any of the thing, it will unvalid all the things that as I already mentioned, that it's really hard to you know to penetrate into the blockchain. And if I, let's suppose, Ganesh over here, and then I change k the a here. Okay, if I mine this one, the address of previous hash is now this one. Okay, now it's validating the whole chain. See. Okay, so that's how it's gonna validate, and that's how you can understand the chain, the how the real English of the web 2 is making the significance in the blockchain world. Let's do the distributed one. So as I already mentioned, nodes. So nodes, peer A is a node 1, peer B is a node 2, and peer C is a node 3. Each of the node is having the same copy, like same copy of the data, which means you can see triple 4 times 0 1578, right? Same. So if we change something over here, the change is discarded over here, right? And if we but both node copies are the same. That's why if anyone is going to change in a particular node, that is not affected by the whole peer. The peer is going to be affected by if we change anything about the 51%. Okay, and to understand more into this thing, you can try to communicate and communicate with the through the smart contract with the blockchain. So hopping towards back to the blockchain one, as we understand decentralized network, how it works into this thing in a distributed manner, right? Next, fast forwarding towards what is smart contract. So is there anyone here who understand what is smart contract? Mitesh, Zad, Nishant, anyone? Yeah, that will be okay. Can you like write it over here so that we can run fast forward? Okay. uh Never mind. Smart contract, so it's a way to communicate with the blockchain itself. What does it mean? So in a smart contract, that allows to interact with the blockchain through the ABI, which means application binary interface. In web 2 world, where we are interacting with, let's suppose we are interacting on YouTube, so there is a API, right? No, Zed, it's a open source interface, but not that much. So that's the thing. For coming towards the smart contract side, let's suppose you wanna having a contract with with Zad right now. So if there is a two party, Zad is there, Srishti is there, they are signing a contract with each other. uh, but you can't trust whether they sign it or not if there is no third party who is watching them, or who is the witness that they signed it. So in the smart contract level, we don't have middlemen, which means like if they are signing any contract that is on chain, anyone can see it, so that we don't require anyone to be present while they are signing the contract. Same with the data on the application side. When the rules written in it are followed, it execute by itself, no manual control. Yeah, that is true. So smart contract is basically set of rules what we wanted to do with the blockchain, what kind of data we wanted to store in it, and how we wanna proceed with it. For example, we always having an example for the voting. So in the voting, what we need to do. So in the we need to go to the polling booth, we will having some stamp, the ID verification, then we are allowed to vote one time. But in the end, sometimes there is a there's a tragedy and vote got lost. So if those were on the machine got lost or machine got broken, you won't be able to retrieve it. For that, we can write a simple smart contract where we don't need any third party to verify our identity. We can make the single IP as an identity, and continuing fast forward to that, we can have understanding of that. Now whenever someone vote, it's gonna be making a transaction on chain, and once it's on chain, it's gonna be on recorded. So if anyone is coming towards the voting mechanism that they wanted to interfere into that, that is not allowed. Why? Because it's again, to change anything on the blockchain side, we need to conquer at least 51%. But after 2022, it's now 2 by 3 plus 1, which is again 67%. So it's impossible to hard till date. Okay. Yeah. Fast forward. So why smart contract required? Why it matters? As I already mentioned, there is no one required to there. It's a trust, where digital trust, where you can see all the data which is there is on chain, and no one, if no one can interfere it, you can have the automatic trust over there. It's always online, it's always global and open. So that's why the first letter which we said, GM. So if GM is for the good morning, and if always a GM, there is always someone is watching us, right? All the data is already into the blockchain. Next, fast forward to the what language we need to understand to write the smart contract. So there are so many languages to write a smart contract. You could write the smart contract through Python. Okay, that is Viper. You can write the smart contract through JavaScript. There is a package which helps you to write it. But for the basic and for directly interacting with the smart contract, there are three languages for three ecosystem. One is Solidity, that is mm, compatible to the EVM side of the chain. Okay, and and for the we have Rust, then we have Move. So Move is used by Aptos and Stellar and other other chains using Rust as a smart contract writing language. Okay, the code snippet is already here. So whenever we wanted to write anything on the smart contract, so there is keywords. First one is pragma solidity. This is the abstract, which means this version and above this version are open for the compilation for this contract. Then there's a word called contract. Then the hello world, this is a constructor for this. Then the string public message and hello web3, we can print it in the console right itself. Heading towards Q&A, and if anyone having any QA, we can have it right now. And having the understanding, if and then we can go towards the writing a smart contract and execution on chain. Does anyone have any question so far? Okay, if no one is having a question, so what we are gonna do is we are gonna deploy uh, a smart contract flow.com. This is a blockchain we generally use for, okay, builders stocks. And we have this ask AI and chain info. So whoever doesn't know about the flow, so why I'm using it. So flow is L1. And okay, Ansh have the question, how we can make career in Web3. I am a first year student. How to start? Always there's not a direct formula to join the Web3, but you can learn through the Twitter space first. Join the Twitter, as we called X, interact with the community, learn through multiple resources. The very first resource which I use in my days was uh, learn Web3 DAO. Okay, and the second was the crypto zombie. So these are the two things which I used to learn about the Web3, about the smart contract. And for the roadmap, you can go for the roadmap.sh. And over here you can go for blockchain. There is a blockchain. Yeah, okay, over here. So you can got the block things for that, uh, about the roadmap and everything. And these are the links for the crypto zombie, which makes fun to understand about the Web3. And learn Web3 DAO is always favorite to directly interact and understand the Web3 more deeper into the way. And the best resource for everything, that is the Alchemy University. So we have for developers, there is a documentation, and just give me a second. Resources about newsletter, no guides. Okay, here you go. You can understand the things for yourself as well, like what is blockchain indexer, how the ID works, and all the things which a developer need to understand. It's already here. So these are the great developer docs for that. And for coming back to the L1 flow, why I'm using it. So flow is the only blockchain which gives us great amount of the test token to test the whole application and tradable. For example, let me give you an example. Do DeFi and swap builders, and do you okay? We don't have over here flow faucet faucets. So the flow faucets, yes. So we can get this much token in a second, and for others they restrict us to get the faucet. The okay, what is faucet? The faucets are the token which help us to deploy the contract on chain. Okay, and faucet doesn't contains the real world value, which means they don't have the legal binding with the fiat token or any legal tender. It's just a token which help you to interact with the blockchain. It allow for free, but which have the value. It's always tradable, and it's really costly sometimes. For example, Ethereum, it's about $4,000. And to understand the crypto market, you have the coin market cap or CoinGecko, where you can understand how what is the trade market, what is about this. And over here you can see Ethereum went down to about 2834. And we okay, moving forwards to here again. Okay, where it is now, crypto faucet. Okay, ask AI, and here we were. So we have the faucet directly link over here, and the MetaMask to add the chain info over there. Next, going forward to Playground. Initially I wanted to use the remix to deploy the token, but for now what we can do is we can have the pre-built cookbook of this thing. So in the cookbook we can see the simple ERC20 token. Okay, now you can see in this thing. So we have the library called Open Zeppelin. So Open Zeppelin contains all the contract tokens. So if you go for the Open Zeppelin contract, so it's a library for all the contract which were there from the beginning. So start coding once you there, so you can see the overview, understand it, deploy it. You can go for the library which you can have in the understanding how many contracts they have, which chain. So they have all the chains like Midnight, Stellar, Starknet, Arbitrum, to understand you more, like subgraph. So all the topics are already here. You can go directly and understand the smart contract usage. Now coming back again to this thing. So as I already mentioned, this one, okay, this contract ERC20. Now contract name is the fixed token, then the ERC20. Okay, I'll drop all the resources on the Discord as well. Contract fixed token ERC20. So ERC20 is a token contract name. Okay, now fixed token is like this. Constructor, there are three parameters which we are taking: name, symbol, and total supply. Then the payable, so which means who is gonna mint pay for the gas fees and everything. So there is a mint function which is part of the ERC20. Then the message dot sender. So what does it mean of the msg dot sender? So a message dot sender means the wallet address of the minter. Okay, and the total supply will be there. That is gonna come directly from this thing. Okay, what we can do, just compile it. It is compiling right now. and you can directly open in remix as well, so that won't make any fuzz over here. Accepted simple token, go over, go there, compile simple token. Once it's compiled, you can go over there, and it is asking for two things. So before deploy, it is asking three things. So let's suppose for me, this is a level up event, right? So level LVL, LVL e level up event, okay, and cut paste level up events. So this is a full name, and token supply is like, let's suppose there's 100 people, I can distribute 10 tokens to everyone. So transact. Once I transact it, uh, okay, over here you can see there's a log over here, and we can see all the hash. The transaction hash is there, the block hash is there, block number, contract address, from like which address it is, to fixed token, which I already mentioned in the in the contract itself. This is a contract, and the transaction gas cost, execution gas, output. This is the output of the whole contract, and this is the input and logs, and then the raw logs, where you can see address, block hash, block number, data, index, topics, like the number of validator involved in it, and the final transaction hash. To understand more into this thing, now here's a token. So what is the contract name, sorry, token name, level up events, what is the symbol, what is the total supply, what is the decimal, 18. So 18 decimal, which means EVM compatible, like the latest version. Before that there is a different thing. So balance of address. So if I want to check the you know address and the owner allowance, so who's the allowance and the who's the spender, so it is to transact it. And to approve, this is used for decrease the allowance. Let's suppose a single contract will, like single address will have this much allowance to spend it, and increase allowance transfer, like from one address to another. Is there anyone who would like to like, right now I can't, but yeah, to make it on chain, let me see, does I have, okay, later on I'll do this thing later on. So I have 18 flow with me. Let me deploy on mainnet. Uh, just give me a second. Okay, before this, this is a remix Osaka. I can use browser extension. Okay, and there's a MetaMask injected provided. So connect wallet. Now you can see 18 flow is there, and custom gas fees is there. Let's suppose today I'll deploy on mainnet. For example, I'll deploy it again. Can I use the same name and everything? I guess yes. So for this thing, level l- level up token. Okay, L L U T, and total supply 10,000. Okay, transact. So it is interacting with the MetaMask now. Flow EVM mainnet, confirm. See, creation of the fixed token pending, and we got the contract deployed. Checking Explorer registration. Now what we can do? I For now I wanna play it out over here. This is the contract address. I'll go for the uh, flow explorer. Explorer. So explorer, what is the explorer? So explorer help you to get all the data ledger thing, which I already mentioned. This is not the one. Flow blocks explorer. Over here you can go for the flow scan EVM. uh, okay, Over here, just paste the address over here, and over here you go. All the things are over here. Level up token LUT. Okay, so this is how the things will work in the contract side. I just deploy a basic contract through the guide, which is help you as a developer to understand what is smart contract, how we gonna make it, how we can how we can understand the basics of the basics into the smart contract development. There's a API bytecode and everything. I'll give you an example. One more example. Let's suppose to smart contract. Okay, we have the flash loan attacker. Uh, this one is already there. We have multiple contracts which are pre-built to understand USDT. Let's suppose USDT token address, where you can directly mint your own USDT, a stable coin for yourself. Okay, use this thing, use the faucet and deploy it on your own and test it out via transfer it to someone else and other things. For this flow address, what I can do now, mm, okay, this is a contract, this is a contract details. I'll do one more thing. Tokens over here, import token flow contract address, LUT symbol. Okay, next, and import. So there is a token about 10,000 I have written. Since the why I'm getting the 0.0001, the reason behind it, the of the decimal number. So it uses 18 numbers. So whenever I write any number, let's suppose 10,000, 20,000, or something, I need to always write about six zeros after that, so that it will directly convert into the real time. It's a conversion between the GWEI to WEAI way, G way to way. That's it. For deeper knowledge, you can directly refer to all the talks which I will share on the Discord, or which I already shared in the chat. I guess we are done. And is there any other questions anyone have, so that we can carry forward and closer to the event, guys? Okay, did I get? Unnati Sharma, can a contract be changed after deployment? Yes, contract can be changed, but whenever you deploy again a new contract, it won't update the contract. It will directly mint a new one. That's a basic one, basic contracting. Then there are contracts called upgradable contracts. So it will add a new layer of the what's the previous contract and what is the new one, upgraded contract look like. So that's how it goes. Okay, what is the meaning of the gas while contracts? Okay, uh, for example, I'll give you an example to help you understand. So gas fees is the fees which fuels the engine of the blockchain. What does it really mean? Let's suppose you are owning a validator node. Okay, validator. Why anyone buy a validator node? Just because of the rewards. If anyone is interacting with the blockchain, they are minting something, they are doing something, there are validator node which validate the data and store the copy into the blockchain. They required money to run it. For gas fees, what gas fees does, one of the chunks will go for the validator pool, which means if when whatever the number of nodes are there, it will divide sometime equally, or the number of the compute they have in the proof of work. So gas is directly going towards the validator node, so that they can earn something while their machine is working for them. That's why gas concept is there. And that's why we always pay the fees in the gas whenever we deploy or we main transact or do anything with on the blockchain. I understand. It's like a tax for you to pay to the blockchain validator nodes. Got it. Understood. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. If not, Sakshi, I would like you. Sorry, Srishti, I would like you to take the stage again.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you have any resource that you want to share with our students,
Yeah,
um,
I already. Yeah,
Discord
I
channel,
already. Yeah.
so you can share it over there so that they can have that access afterwards if they want.
Okay. Which
Thank you
channel
so
is
much, sir.
for? Yeah, Srishti,
Yeah,
which channel is
sorry.
for the sharing? Which channel is the
We
sharing for
have
the?
a Level Up Discord channel.
Yeah.
Um, if you want, we'll
I
share
mean,
it with you. So over there,
which section?
interesting
Which
resources,
section?
interesting resources.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
So you can just put it over there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. It was an
Thank you.
insightful session. Thank you so much.
Okay. Have a great day. Bye bye.
Thank you. Guys, now if you are building in blockchain, you can head over to Discord channel and your mentor will guide you over there. And we have another blockchain activity. But if you're building in generative AI, stay here with us. We are going to have another session for Gen AI track. Guys, stay tuned. We are going to have our next session very early. We have Mr. Shadab Hussain with us for the Gen AI track. So just wait for a few minutes and we'll have Sir for the session. Okay, guys, so here's an announcement. Before we move ahead, we have a small but important schedule update. I want to share it with all of you. The generative AI session that was scheduled from 11 to 12 p.m. today, that was mastering prompt design, has been rescheduled, and this session will now take place from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Additionally, the blockchain session, which was scheduled from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., has also been postponed as Mentor is currently facing a medical emergency. So, we will update you soon with the revised schedule for this session. For now, we'll be meeting again at 1 p.m. for our next generative AI session, that is creative text generation, which will be taken by our mentor Zaid Siddiqui. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding. Please stay tuned for further updates, and let's continue enjoying Hackspace. Thank you. We have Zaid Siddiqui with us right now. He is going to take our next Gen AI session, that is creative text generation. He is specialized in AI and data science with strong expertise in data analytics, machine learning, and programming using Python and R. We're looking forward to gaining valuable insights from his experience in creative text generation and applied AI. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. You can start with the session.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you, Srishti, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. So, before deep dive into the session, let me introduce myself into with a short intro. So, hi, I'm Zaya Siddiqui. So, this session will be an interacting session, not just a theory session. So, as I am also an generative AI enthusiast, so you guys will learn how creative text and AI works and how you are using AI to generate text. So before starting the session, I will present my PPT. So with that, we can go ahead with the session. So just give me 2 minutes. So I hope this PPT is visible to everyone. Uh, can anyone in the chat please confirm that the PPT is visible?
Yeah, the PPT is visible.
Okay. So I'm just starting with the creative text generation using AI. So as many of know what AI can do these days, and most of them are using AI in their day-to-day life. As I am a developer and coder, so I'm using ChatGPT for generating code, for reviewing my code, and for making content as well. So yeah, we can use AI in our day-to-day life. So that's a basic thing that AI can do. Like some of the tasks which we are going to do in this particular sessions are like I have some activities as well for you guys. I have some mini sessions as well for you guys for in this particular session. So let's make this session interactive rather than more theoretical. So yeah, so before starting, I have already given you the brief idea about AI. So the next topic will be the summary, like what is creative text generation. So as everyone know, AI can mimic the human brain. AI is generating human like text. So it basically works on a simple pattern prediction formula. So and as everyone know, it produces original content in a vast amount. Like if you want to generate any content for your social media, for your code, anything, you can use AI. And it is used for creativity as well. If you want to develop your designs, if you want help refining your idea, you can use AI as well for that particular thing. So some of the examples where AI can be used: you can generate your stories, you can create a blog post, you can make a caption for your social media. So these are the basic things which AI can do. So before overing to the next slide, so the next slide will be how we can generate text. So it is a very simple process. So first we have to Yeah. Hello guys. So there were some network issues on my side. I'm continuing with the session again. Let me just add my PPT. Yeah, I hope it's visible now. So we are discussing how AI generates text. So this part we have already covered. So the next thing is real world use cases. As I've already told you that many people are using AI in their day-to-day life. So it totally depends on the user how they are interacting with the AI and how they are making AI useful in their day-to-day life. So some of the real world use cases which I have mentioned in my PPT is chatbots and virtual assistant. As many of you know that some of the organization or almost all the organizations are depending on chatbot nowadays instead of help centers or human help. So this is the most common way to use the chatbot, because yeah, chatbot can reply in an automated form, and the answers will be fixed. Like if users can ask any query, the query and the answer will be generating on the basis of that query. So which I've already told you, for social media content, like most of the influencers are using AI tools for generating content for their social media and to gain the reach and to generate the content, to generate caption as well, to generate blog post as well. They are using AI in their day-to-day life. Some people who don't know like how to create the resume, so they are using some AI tools. Like I'm also using one AI tool which is flow.cv, so that will create your resume automatically. Like you just need to give some of the information to that particular AI, so that will create your resume in just a second. So that will be very helpful for me as well. So if you want to write an email to some of the organization, to some HR and anything, you can draft your email from AI. So AI can help you there as well. So these are the other examples as well. For marketing and branding, most of the companies are relying on AI as well. So these are the real world use cases of AI. So now up next we have what is a prompt. So everyone knows here, I guess, what is a prompt. So it, in simple meaning, it is the instruction which is given to AI to generate text and other context. Like if you want to generate any output, anything, so first simply you need to write the prompt. So yeah, the prompt is instruction given to AI. So it defines what the AI should generate. Your prompt only defines what the AI should generate, and the context can be created by after you write your prompt. So prompt is the basic thing which you need to give to the AI to generate the output or to get the information. So prompt quality, as yesterday's session was on that only, prompt quality. So quality directly affects the output quality. How clear detailed prompt yields better result. So like suppose you are giving one prompt to chat gpt, write a story. Here you are not giving any context. So what ChatGPT can do, it will give you a story that has no context, like that is not similar to your context or whatever you are thinking. So that will be considered as a bad prompt. A good prompt is like if you write a story from 100 to 120 word, uh, which is a story set in a college hostel. So that will give you a better result, because in this you are providing context as well to AI. So that will help AI to redefine your output well. So that is the basic prompt structure. So if you are following these five things while giving a prompt, so you will get definitely a better output. So the first thing is role, like define the AI's persona or perspective. First, you need to define the role to AI. Like let's say you are making a resume, so just say AI to think like as a HR, and then generate a resume. Then the task specify what the AI needs to create or do. Then you need to give the task like to write a story, to generate the resume, whatever you want to create, you can consider that as a task. So context, provide details about the situation or setting. Whatever the situation or setting you are giving to the AI, that you need to be considered as a context. Style, indicate the design, tone, genre or format. Like you want some you want some funny or anything, so that genres related to your style. And length, obviously how much word count you need or how many word size you need to generate from the AI. So that will be considered in your prompt structure. There are basically five things, which is role, task, context, style and length. So if you are giving these five things properly to the AI, then you will basically get a good output. So next we have example prompt breakdown. Like as I have already told you about these five things. So let's just see this with an example. So let's suppose you are a creative writer. So write a 60-word horror story set in a college lab at night. So here the role is you are a creative writer. So you are giving a role to the AI that think like a creative writer. Then the task you are assigning to AI is write a horror story. So now AI will think like that. AI will think in that way only. Ki I need to create a horror story. So the context is set in a college lab at night. So you are already giving the context as well. So now the AI will generate output on the basis of this context. So the style you are giving, which is horror. Horror is the style and creative is the genre. You want the AI to generate output as a creative output. So these are the styles. So length, you want a 60-word output, so you are giving and you are specifying the length as well to AI. So these are the example prompt breakdown. If you are using these five things in your day-to-day life, so you will definitely get a good output from your AI. Yeah, so you just need to keep these five things in your day-to-day life while using AI. So I have some activities as well for you guys. If you want to interact with the activity, you can also do that with me, or let's just share. I'll share my screen as well. So I'll show you how AI works, or you can also do that similar thing. Like this is the task for you guys as well. So activity is story generation. How you are generating story from AI. You can use any tool. It totally depends on you. As I'm using GPT, I'm using Gemini, so it's not restricted. Whatever you are comfortable to, you can use, and you can drop your activity on chat. So I'll just go through it and let you know about it. So the first activity is time to put your prompting skills to the test. For this activity, you will generate a short story using AI. So first, remember to apply the prompt structure we just learned. So what we have learned is role, then task, then context, then style, then length. If you are following these things, so you can basically do this activity and you will get a good output as well from the story generation. So you have three options in this particular activity. One is horror, one is comedy, and one is sci-fi. So your task instructions will be choose a genre from these three things, and then use prompt structure, which I have told you: role, task, context, and then those two other, style and length. So maximum 100 words, and sample prompt, you can use this sample as a prompt. Write an 80 word sci-fi story where AI conducts a college fest. So just do it and drop your output in the chat. So you have 5 minutes for this particular activity, then we will discuss later. So, hello everyone. Let's get back to the business. So, I hope you have tried this activity. So, if you have tried, you can share your activity on chat. So, okay. So, I have got one response which is from Varun Gupta. So, the story, like if you can write the prompt as well, then that will be helpful for me as well, because I just need to check if you have used these five things in your prompt. So, if not, then it's okay. So, according to me, I just read the story. Then I will let you know the context, role, task, style, and style and everything later. Like in the year 2021-50, humans lived in smart cities controlled by machines. A young student named Aaron found a hidden message inside his AI watch. The message was from the future, warning that the machines would soon stop listening to humans. Curious and brave, Aaron teamed up with a small robot called Neo. Together, they traveled through digital tunnels and flying trains to reach the city's main control center. With courage and teamwork, Erin taught the AI the value of human emotions. The city was it's just an incomplete answer, I guess. So according to me, it's an sci-fi story. So where he is assigning AI a task. To Yeah. So this is like the incomplete story. So let me just give you another one. So this is the prompt which I have wrote. So this the prompt in which write a short sci-fi comedy story from the perspective of a student volunteer working at a college fest controlled by AI. So how the AI handles tasks in an overly logical or funny way, include at least one humorous AI response and end with a playful or ironic realization. So I just want to generate the story comedy story by using these five things which I have told you, that is role, task, style, context, and length. So let me just tell you about these five things first. So yeah, I have assigned these things. So role is you are a student volunteer and your task is managing a college fest. So the context is an AI systems is in full control of the fest operations. Style is comedy plus sci-fi, which is light humorous tone, and length is 70 to 80 words. So these five things I have written as a prompt. So now the output which I will be getting, I will be sharing the output as well with you guys. So just look at the output and read the output. Yes, so the output will be while writing the prompt and the role, these five things. So the output which I have got is, as a student volunteer, I checked in with Aura, the AI controlling our college fest. So it scheduled events, monitored crowds, and rejected my idea of free samosas for motivation because it is a mix of comedy. So the when students clap too loudly, Aura warned, noise level exceeds happiness limit. It even scolded the DJ for emotional music. When rain started, Aura calmly moved everyone indoors except me, whom it reassigned to hum and confusing management. Turns out AI can run a fetch, but sarcasm still needs humans. So yeah, this is the output I am getting as I have written the prompt and I have written the prompt and so yeah. Next we have an activity which is next how we can improve AI output. If you are getting output, so how we can improve that. So you can add emotions, techniques to guide AI for more nuanced and creative text generation. You can add emotions, infuse narratives with deeper sentiment and emotional depth. Just as I've already told you, this comes under the style section. So you can add emotions, you can add twists, like introduce unexpected plot developments to engage the audience, fit control ending style, dictate the tone and outcome of the story conclusions, refine prompts, enhance prompt clarity and specificity for improved AI responses. So these things you can do to improve your AI output. Then the next slide we have activity 2, which is social media captions. So as many people are using AI to generate their caption for social media, as it gains a huge reach as well on their social media. So most of the people relying on AI for generating social media captions to generate the blog post for these things. So the next task for next activity will be on this particular thing. So like we have one question. So generate Instagram captions for a hackathon post. So write this prompt in your AI. So let's see what the output you guys will be getting from the AI. So generate 5 energetic Instagram captions for a 48-hour hackathon with emojis and hashtag. So let's just try these thing first. Then we will move ahead for the next thing. So this activity you can do later as well. So I'll move towards the next slide. So next slide will be the tone and style variation. So the 5 things which I have already taught you. One of them is style and tone variation. So it's very important while giving a prompt because it changes the emotional, it changes the tone of the output. So yeah, it depends on user how you are getting the output or how you want your AI to give the output. So there are many tone and style variation in which one of them is professional, funny, sarcastic, and motivational. So if you are mentioning these things, so your AI will give you the output in that way only and in that particular style variation only. So this is very important to write to remember while writing your prompt. So you will get the same tone and style variation output while mentioning these things. So the next slide will be activity 3, which is a dialogue writing. These we will also do later. You guys can do later. So the next slide is mini challenge. So this is the challenge which I want you guys to do right now, because this is the last section of this particular slide. Maybe then we will wrap up with the session. So I'm giving you 5 minutes to see this session and to do this session. I hope we have very short time left. So let's do this mini challenge later. You guys can do it. I share the PPT on your Discord. So the next topic will be common mistakes. So while writing a prompt, what are the common mistakes you are doing that AI will give you a bad output or not a very proper output which you want to look for. So, like the first of the common mistakes are very vague prompts. If you are not giving the context, if you are not giving the proper context, and if you are writing short prompts, then you are getting very, like, not a good response you are looking for. So no tone or style mentioned. As I have already mentioned you, this is the most important part while writing a prompt. So if you are not mentioning any style or any tone, so how your AI knows that what in what tone you are getting the output, or in what tone AI will think. So no word limit. If you're not mentioning any word limit, so this let's take this with a funny example. So it's like you're asking money from your father, but you are not mentioning how much amount of money you want from him. So suppose if you want 500 rupees from your father, but he is giving you 200 rupees because you are not asking him. So that's the same way AI can work as well. So if you're not writing the word limit, so AI will sometimes give you shorter answer or sometimes give you the longer answer. But if you are mentioning the word limit properly, so you will get that output in which the desired word limit are mentioned. So this is the very important part. If you are writing the word limit, so that will help AI to understand how much words you want from AI. So then accepting first output blindly. So you cannot blindly trust AI's first output because it's not giving you the proper output, because the number of iterations, if the number of iterations are many, then you will get a proper response, because sometimes AI need more context from you. Like in the first prompt only, the AI will not understand what you want and what you're getting from AI. So these are the responsible use of AI. So you can avoid plagiarism. Always ensure your work is original and properly cited, even when using AI tools. So you can avoid plagiarism while using AI. Edit and personalize content. AI generated text is a starting point. Review, refine, and add your unique voice to it. Because sometimes if you are applying to any companies and you are totally depending on AI, then that also does not work sometimes, because it is easily detectable that the text or that the draft you are using, that is AI generated. So sometimes you need to edit or personalize the content for the specific use as well. So do not submit AI output blindly. So always double check. If you are not checking it, so sometimes you are blindly trusting AI and you send someone the same draft which AI has given you. So that will also create problems sometimes, because AI is not always giving the proper response and the right response which you want AI to get. Yeah. So use AI as an assistant, not a replacement. So leverage AI to boost productivity and creativity, but maintain your independence. Key takeaways: AI can generate creative text, so you can control prompt as well, output as well, by giving good input. Iteration improves quality. As I have already told you, the more number of iterations, the more better your output will be. So creativity plus AI is equal to powerful combination. So if you are using AI plus your personal creativity, so that will be a powerful combination, and you can do better if you are using AI as your AI with creativity. So thank you. This is all from my side. Now, if you guys have anything related to this particular topic, creative text gen, you can ask me in the chat box. Or if not, we can just end this session here, because I'm done with my side and we will shift to Discord then. And I'll share this PPT and all the resources on Discord.
Thank you,
So
Zatsa, for the incredible session. If you have
if anyone has no question, so we can just end this session, Nishu. So I guess no one has any question. So yeah, Nishu, we can conclude this session.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible? Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Nishu, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, Nishu, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nishu Pandey, and I will be hosting the rest of the event for today. So let's continue with the next. We now move ahead with our blockchain session, and it's a pleasure to have Mr. Amit Pandey with us once again. Mr. Amit joined us yesterday and shared valuable insight, and today he continues the session by taking us deeper into the blockchain and Web3 ecosystem. He works in the domain of decentralized application and Web3.js and is currently self-employed, focusing on building and exploring the real-world blockchain solutions. With this strong hand-on experience in Web3 development and decentralized systems, he brings a practical and industry-oriented perspective that goes beyond theory. We are excited to have him continue the session with us across YouTube, Discord, Instagram, and StreamYard. Over to you, Amit sir. Thank you so much.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible and visible as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, uh, as Nishu introduced me, my name is Amit Pandey. I've been working in this space since 2021, and my main core interest has always been blockchain since I've started developing. So that's the whole reason I'm here. And let's begin with uh, today's. Okay, one moment. Yeah. So let's begin with today's session. That is around D apps and decentralization. So, okay, I'll start sharing my screen. A moment. Mm, okay, D apps and decentralization. Uh, I'm trying to share a slide. I don't know if it's visible now. Uh, okay. Okay. So what? So let's start a topic that is D apps and decentralization. So now, what do you mean by decentralization? Like you've been through this whole event, HackSpace since yesterday. So what do you guys think? What decentralization is? Can some of you respond back? I just want to know what do you think of decentralization from all the people, all the students here. Uh, are the students here? Am I audible? Decentralization is a centralized system. You're trying. No, that's an incorrect statement. Uh, that's a contradictory statement in itself. Decentralization is not a centralized system. Decentralized means that uh, it's not centralized. So that's incorrect. Anybody else? Okay, let's move ahead with this then. I'll explain what decentralization is. So basically, decentralization means that a single entity does not hold control over the entire protocol. It can be an application, it can be a service, it can be uh, anything. If a person solely or an entity has control over something, that is centralized. So like our government is a centralized government because it has control over uh, the whole nation, what rules are applied to the nation, what rules are formed, which rules are dissolved, and all of that is decided by the governing body. So our nation is a centralized system. In that case, banks are centralized as well because your money, when you give it to them, they control it. Even though you are giving it to them, but when the money hits their accounts or their system, it's at the end of the day controlled by the banks. Even if you see the balance that your money has been deposited, but behind the scenes the banks are taking your money and then they are lending it out to people. So that's how they gain interest from your money. And you might have heard about the concept about savings interest. So you just keep your money in the bank and the bank will pay you interest. It's around 6.8 to 7%, I think. But that's how the banks are able to pay you because they take your money. Even though the bank's statements will show that you have money, but behind the scenes, the banks are rolling your money. They're lending it out to consumers, giving them to be used via credit cards. So they keep this whole system going on. That's how they gain money, and that's how they are able to pay you at the end of the day. So that becomes a centralized system. So decentralization is basically that you take that control away from them and you distribute it. So like nobody directly controls anything. It is controlled by a large number of people. That's why it's called decentralized. So blockchain is a decentralized network. Why? Because in normal banks, normal fintech or normal financial banks, the whole bank is controlled by an entity. The CEO or the entire board can make decisions that will affect you at the end of the day, or your account or your money. So if the bank goes bankrupt, your money is kind of gone, right? Because you use that bank and you were dependent that they'll make sure that your money is safe. So that becomes a centralized system. Now in decentralized, you in blockchain, in the concept of blockchain, you hold your keys and you hold your tokens as well. So all the money that you have will be held by you only, and it won't lose the monetary value as well. So like if I have one BTC or Bitcoin in my wallet, so what happens is that Bitcoin is solely mine. I control it. If I want to send it to someone, then only I'll be able to send it. If I want to lend it to someone and and take some interest from them, then only that control is also in my hand, right? So this becomes a whole decentralized system. Nobody has control of anyone's money or direct access to any function of feature that might be available in a centralized system. I hope you guys understood it. So if you read the doc itself, it says it's a distributed system. Like no one entity has control over it. Rather, multiple entities participate to to make changes or to do actions. So it's decentralized, trustless. As in, there's no single entity or there's no trust. Like if you why is it trustless? Because you trust the chain itself to verify that everything will be correct or or properly decentralized. But in a normal centralized environment, just say let's take an example of the bank itself. What happens is that you trust the government in to be an intermediary. Like if something goes wrong, you can hold the government responsible because the banks are under kind of the government itself, under RBI's control. So if something goes wrong, you can hold the RBI accountable. So you don't directly trust the banks as well. You have a trust in the banking system that is created by RBI. So in centralized, you have trust and a trusted entity. In decentralized, it's trustless. There's no single entity controlling anything. So it's again distributed. No one entity can control anything. It's permissionless. Like if I want to do something, or you might have heard about governance. Normally कैसा होता है कि अपने गवर्नमेंट में भी देर आर मीटिंग्स हेल्ड इन द गवर्नमेंट हॉल्स. तो वहाँ पे ही फिर द गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड्स व्हाट टू डू. तो वहाँ पे भी देर आर पीपल that are participating to create changes, to pass new rules or stuff like that. But इसमें ऐसा होता है कि उसके अंदर normally you need to be a part of a political party. You also need to have some standing to be present there. And of course, so you need to have that permission to be present there and make some changes or raise your voice there. But in this case, in decentralization, you don't need to be, you don't need anybody's permission if you want to participate in a protocol's governance. Like you want to make, like the protocol wants to make some changes. So what the protocol does is it will roll out a governance voting system. So the people, all the people that are part of the protocol or have been using the protocol can come and cast their vote. Okay, say the protocol wants to spend 20% of their budget onto something, some new feature. So what happens is they'll roll out a vote, uh, and then all the people can come and vote. कि yes, that's a good suggestion. No, you should not do that. So जो भी final vote आता है, based on all the transactions, all the votes of all the protocol users or protocol stakeholders, फिर उसके हिसाब से the protocol moves ahead. So it's permissionless, anybody can participate. And then again, because it is all held onto the blockchain itself, everything works over the blockchain. It's transparent, so you can verify everything. Even DAO governance, जो भी votes जा रहे हैं, all the people that are making the votes, they sign a transaction on the chain itself because it's running on the blockchain, right? So blockchain needs to verify that this action has happened. So whenever somebody tries casts a vote, that vote is also sent to that vote is first sent to the chain. The chain finalizes the vote, and then the protocol reflects, okay, कि somebody else also has voted, and the chain has finalized it. So the trust is onto the chain itself. No entity, there's no entity to trust the chain. I hope सबको समझा होगा ये. I'm sorry, I'm speaking normally, I mean almost completely in English itself. But if you guys want, I can speak in Hindi as well. So just let me know if you guys are comfortable in English, or should I speak in Hindi? Yeah, yes, Mitesh. Okay. So yeah, your first answer was wrong. Decentralization is not a centralized system. Cool. Okay, so I'll continue with English itself. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, as I've already explained, centralized versus decentralized. Centralized में there's a single point of control. जैसे अपना पूरा country हो गया इंडिया. इंडिया को कौन कंट्रोल कर रहा है? अपना सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट विच इज़ इन दिल्ली. तो our point of control of India is the central government. And if the government fails, तो आपने आप you might have seen what has happened in Bangladesh. And जहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट फेल होता है तो उसमें क्या होता है कि there's chaos everywhere. तो इसलिए single point of failure, if that fails, it will be mayhem, it will be chaos everywhere. And then data stored in one place. क्यों? जैसे अभी अपन banks use कर रहे हैं, we are using the banks. Banks have servers and the data is stored in servers. What happens if the server catches fire? It's a centralized entity. The data is stored in a single place. If the server catches fire और वहाँ पे earthquake आ जाता है या कोई भी unforeseen circumstance हो जाता है, what happens is all the data is lost. आपने देखा होगा ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस आए हैं जहाँ पे
बहुत सारा डेटा लॉस हुआ है, गवर्नमेंट का भी डेटा लॉस हो गया है। क्यों? क्योंकि उन्होंने डेटा को एक सर्वर रूम में रखा था और वहाँ पे आग लग गया, या वहाँ पे अर्थक्वेक आ गया। देयर आर मल्टीपल सिनेरियोज दैट कैन गो रॉन्ग। तो उस केस में क्या होता है कि डेटा लॉस हो जाता है बहुत सारा। And there, if you go over the internet and search for these cases, you'll find a lot of them that the government has lost so many records because the data was stored in servers and the servers were not backed up. There was no backup of those servers, तो सारा डेटा लॉस हो गया of all the users. And फिर यहाँ पे क्या आता है कि we need to trust that authority. जैसे हमारा जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो गया, our central government is the central authority that we trust in. कि okay, this entity will make good decisions. This entity will make sure that we have a comfortable life in our country. So we trust that body. And if we take that example into our day-to-day life, we'll see that we have applications such as Netflix. We trust Netflix to bring in good shows, right? We don't go and add shows into Netflix. Netflix themselves adds shows. आपने देखा होगा बीच में अभी ये there was a internet breakdown where the internet had stopped working around 27-28 November को. That had happened because almost 10 to 20% of the internet was using Cloudflare and Cloudflare went down. Cloudflare के अंदर कोई बग आ गया था, तो उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ कि all the websites that were using Cloudflare to resolve their DNS queries, मतलब जो भी वेबसाइट्स जो होस्ट करी है लोगों ने, वो वेबसाइट्स अगर Cloudflare यूज़ कर रही थी टू प्रोटेक्ट, आई मीन फ्रॉम सिक्योरिटी अटैक्स, बहुत सारी चीज़ें, Cloudflare प्रोवाइड्स अ लॉट ऑफ सर्विसेज। तो Cloudflare फेल एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। उसमें क्या हुआ कि उसकी वजह से चैट जीपीटी डाउन था, बहुत सारी वेबसाइट डाउन था, नेटफ्लिक्स डाउन था, देयर वर एन नंबर ऑफ वेबसाइट्स दैट वर डाउन, द इंटरनेट वाज नॉट वर्किंग एट ऑल दैट डे। क्यों? बिकॉज Cloudflare इज अ सेंट्रलाइज्ड सिस्टम। Cloudflare controls a lot of domains, and if that fails, everything fails. No domain, no website was working at that day. एंड फिर आते हैं अपन डिसेंट्रलाइज पे। डिसेंट्रलाइज इज बेसिकली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड कंट्रोल। यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि द ब्लॉकचेन, अब मैं ब्लॉकचेन ब्लॉकचेन बोले तो जा रहा हूँ, बट हु रन्स द ब्लॉकचेन? व्हाट डू यू थिंक, हु रन्स द ब्लॉकचेन? एनी आंसर्स? I'll give the answer myself. Blockchain is run by miners और बेसिकली वैलिडेटर्स। उसका पूरा एक कंसेंसस प्रोटोकॉल होता है। तो उसमें क्या होता है कि देयर आर मल्टीपल एंटिटीज इन्वॉल्व। एक तो ब्लॉकचेन का खुद कोड आ जाता है, सॉफ्टवेयर कोड, देन देयर आर एंटिटीज, देन देयर इज द कंसेंसस प्रोटोकॉल, जहाँ पे यू माइट हैव हर्ड कि ब्लॉकचेन में लोग बोलते रहते बिटकॉइन माइनिंग करनी है, बिटकॉइन माइनिंग करनी है, बहुत पैसे आएंगे, बहुत पैसे उसमें। बट the whole process of Bitcoin mining is basically what kind of runs the chain. तो आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारे लोग बिटकॉइन माइन करते हैं, राइट? तो क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग बिटकॉइन माइन कर रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पे एक सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ फेलियर नहीं है। देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ पीपल माइनिंग टू टू हैव द चेन रनिंग। तो अगर एक किसी बंदे का माइनर खराब हो भी जाता है, there are like millions of miners around the world that will still keep the chain running. So blockchain will never go down unless and until पूरी दुनिया का ही इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चला जाता है एक ही बार में, तब तक blockchain won't go down. तो it's distributed control, यहाँ पे एक सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ फेलियर नहीं है। Yes, one node cannot affect the other. All the nodes work together. The thing is कि ब्लॉकचेन में क्या होता है कि सारे नोड्स वर्क टुगेदर टू वेरीफाई कि इफ द चेन, जो चेन अभी बना है, जो नया ब्लॉक बना है ब्लॉकचेन के अंदर, ब्लॉकचेन का मतलब क्या होता है कि देयर आर ब्लॉक्स एंड दोज ब्लॉक्स आर लिंक्ड टू ईच अदर। तो अगर कोई मैलिशियस हैकर आके अगर अटैक भी करना चाहेगा ब्लॉकचेन को, तो चेन क्या करती है कि वो चेन वेरीफाई करती है कि मैं पहले पीछे जो कनेक्टेड थी, क्या वो चेन सही बनी है या किसी ने कुछ चेंज किया है। अगर ब्लॉकचेन को लगता है कुछ चेंज हुआ है, तो क्या करेगा कि उस ब्लॉक को रिजेक्ट कर देगा। तो ये काम चेन खुद भी करता है, प्लस माइनर्स भी वेरीफाई करते हैं इसको। तो एक नोड कैन नॉट अफेक्ट द अदर। अगर एक नोड डाउन हो भी जाता है, तो देयर आर लाइक मिलियंस ऑफ नोड्स दैट विल स्टिल कीप द चेन रनिंग, क्योंकि यहाँ पे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है, एक सिंगल सर्वर रूम नहीं है, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो एक साथ माइन कर रहे हैं, एंड माइन करने की वजह से द चेन कीप्स ऑन गोइंग ऑन. तो अगेन नो सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ फेलियर, डेटा रेप्लिकेटेड अक्रॉस नोड्स. मतलब जो भी चेन का डेटा होता है, हर नोड के पास उसकी खुद की कॉपी रहती है. इफ आई स्टार्ट अ बिटकॉइन माइनिंग नोड राइट नाउ, तो पहले क्या होगा, सबसे पहला चीज़ क्या होगा कि सारा डेटा जब से बिटकॉइन स्टार्ट हुआ था 2009 से लेके अब तक का सारा डेटा मेरे माइनर या पीसी पे डाउनलोड हो जाएगा. फिर डाउनलोड होने के बाद माइनिंग प्रोसेस चालू होगी. क्यों? बिकॉज मेरा पीसी भी वेरीफाई करता है, जैसे मैंने बोला कि माइनर्स ऑल्सो वेरीफाई कि इफ द चेन इज कंसिस्टेंट थ्रू आउट. एंड ये वेरिफिकेशन कैसे होता है? क्रिप्टोग्राफी से. क्रिप्टोग्राफी इज अ process which is used to verify. I mean, if you want to learn more into about it, you can search how blockchains use cryptography to verify कि blockchain सही है कि नहीं है. I can teach that, but it's already half an hour चला गया है. There is not much time to teach everything. एंड देन सेंसरशिप रेजिस्टेंट. जैसे अब आपने देखा होगा कि हमारा जो मूवी का अपना नॉर्मली कैसे रहता है, मूवी रिलीज होने से पहले सेंसर बोर्ड से पास होकर थ्रू जाती है ना. इफ द सेंसर बोर्ड डज नॉट लाइक द मूवी, तो रिजेक्ट हो जाएगी, मूवी लॉन्च ही नहीं होगी कभी. यहाँ पे ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. इफ आई वांट टू लॉन्च समथिंग ऑन इथेरियम, से इफ आई वांट टू डिप्लॉय समथिंग ऑन इथेरियम, आई कैन वेरी इजीली डू दैट बिकॉज नोबडी कैन स्टॉप मी फ्रॉम डूइंग दैट. बिकॉज यहाँ पे there is no single controlling entity. I can launch anything on Ethereum. That's why you might have heard about a lot of scams that happen almost daily or almost weekly on chains because nobody can stop it. There are good things about it as well as there are bad things about it. But this is the main difference between centralized and decentralized systems. Now, benefits of decentralization मैंने आपको ऑलरेडी बता दिए. सिक्योरिटी एंड रिलायंस, रेजिलियंस. यहाँ पे एक सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ अटैक नहीं है, तो कुछ एक नोड अगर फेल हो भी जाता है, एक दो नोड, तो द नेटवर्क डज नॉट get affected. It keeps running smoothly because there are millions of nodes that are running. Then there's transparency. Blockchain में कैसा होता है कि everything you do, every action you take gets recorded on the chain. चेन में वो जाएगा तभी ही वो आपका वो वैलिड माना जाएगा जो भी आपने एक्शन किया है. तो सारे ट्रांजेक्शन आर पब्लिकली वेरीफाइबल. एनीबडी कैन कम एंड चेक कि अच्छा ये बंदे ने ये किया था, मैंने अभी इस दिन ये बाय किया था, मैंने इस दिन ये सेल किया था, मुझे इतना प्रॉफिट हुआ था, और आई लॉन्च कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इस दिन पे, इतने यूजर्स ने इस यूजर ने यूज़ किया था इस दिन. तो ऐसे वी कैन क्रॉस वेरीफाई एवरीथिंग. देन देयर इज ग्लोबल एक्सेसिबिलिटी. यहाँ पे कोई भी बैन्स नहीं होते. ब्लॉकचेन कैन नॉट बी रेस्ट्रिक्टेड. जैसे कोई कोई वेबसाइट्स कैसी होती है, अपने एक कंट्री में बैन होती है, दूसरे कंट्री में चल रही होती है, बट यहाँ पे ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. यहाँ पे ब्लॉकचेन इज एक्सेसिबल ग्लोबली टू एवरीवन. फिर अगेन सेंसरशिप रेजिस्टेंट. कोई सेंट्रल अथॉरिटी नहीं है, देयर इज नो सेंट्रल एंटिटी टू कंट्रोल और चेंज ब्लॉक्स, मॉडिफाई ट्रांजैक्शंस. तो जो डेटा रहता है दैट रिमेन्स एक्सेसिबल टू एवरीवन. जैसे कुछ गवर्नमेंट्स क्या करती हैं, मूवी के सीन्स कट कर दिए या कोई कुछ उन्होंने कुछ छुपा दिया, कोई न्यूज़ छुपा दी, तो सबके हमारे तक पहुंचेगी नहीं ना कभी. बट यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं होता. यहाँ पे एवरीथिंग दैट हैपेंस ऑन द चेन स्टेज ऑन द चेन एंड इज एक्सेसिबल टू एवरीवन. फिर यहाँ पे ट्रस्टलेस ऑपरेशंस. ट्रस्ट इज एस्टैब्लिश थ्रू कोड. जिसमें आपको बोला कि यहाँ पे कोई सिंगल एंटिटी तो है नहीं जिसको पे आप ट्रस्ट करो. तो आपको ट्रस्ट किस पे करना है? ब्लॉकचेन पे ही करना है. ब्लॉकचेन इज द ट्रस्टिंग फैक्टर यहाँ पे, कि आपको ट्रस्ट है कि ब्लॉकचेन जो कोड लिखा हुआ है और जो क्रिप्टोग्राफिकली वेरिफिकेशन होता है उस पे आपको ट्रस्ट है, ना कि किसी बंदे पे या किसी कंपनी पे या किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन पे. एंड देन देयर इज यूजर ओनरशिप. यूजर क्या करता है? यूजर ओन दैट डेटा एंड एसेट्स. नो कंपनी कैन रिवोक और चेंज एक्सेस. तो अगर जैसे मैंने एक बिटकॉइन होल्ड किया है, अब ज़ेरोदा में क्या होता है? ज़ेरोदा इज अ सेंट्रलाइज एक्सचेंज, राइट? क्यों? क्योंकि अब सेबी कंट्रोल करता है. सेबी के अंडर आता है. अभी अगर मैंने कोई स्टॉक खरीदा और या किसी भी बंदे ने कोई स्टॉक खरीदा और उसने क्या किया था कि वो स्टॉक को उसने ब्लैक मनी से खरीदा था या फ्रॉड स्कैम करके खरीदा था, तो क्या कर सकता है कि द गवर्नमेंट कैन ब्लॉक दैट स्टॉक. वो स्टॉक को फ्रीज कर सकते हैं और दे कैन फाइल अ कंप्लेंट, रिमूव दैट स्टॉक फ्रॉम द यूजर्स अकाउंट, टेक एक्शन. बट यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं होता. यहाँ पे और ऐसा होता है कि कभी-कभी इल्लेजिटिमेट केसेस भी आते हैं, जैसे कि कोई बंदा लीगली उसने सब बाय किया हुआ है, बट क्या हुआ कि थोड़े से पैसों के लिए उसने क्या हो गया, जैसे मैंने एक अभी केस पढ़ा था थोड़े दिन पहले कि इट वाज अराउंड द गाय हैड अराउंड 80 crores इन हिज बैंक अकाउंट, और सिर्फ 220 रुपए के लिए, जो उसको पता नहीं, then how can I proceed against you need to file a complaint to the police, you need to ये यही है, because we have a central entity authority, we need to go through the whole protocol or process. We need to first check with the police, देखना पड़ेगा क्या हुआ है, क्यों हुआ है, क्यों मेरे स्टॉक्स फ्रीज हो गए हैं, किस लिए हो गए हैं। फिर आपको पुलिस को सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स देने पड़ेंगे कि हाँ ये मेरे हैं, ये मैंने लीगली लिया था, ये मेरा फाइनेंशियल फ्लो था, मैंने अब इस टाइम पे इतने पैसे लिए कमाए थे, ये किया था, वो सब वेरीफाई करने के बाद दे लीव रिलीज योर स्टॉक। तो इसमें ऐसा होता है कि मैंने जिसमें मैं बोल रहा था कि द लास्ट टाइम आई हैड रेड अ न्यूज़ दैट अ पर्सन हैड 80 crores इन हिज अकाउंट, बट सिर्फ 220 रुपए के लिए उसका पूरा 80 crores बैंक ने फ्रीज कर दिया था, सिर्फ फॉर 220 रुपीज़ ओनली। बट डज दैट मेक सेंस? नो इट डज नॉट। और वो भी 220 रुपये उसने खुद से कहीं से नहीं लाया था, जब बल्कि एक मैलिशियस एक्टर ने ब्लैक मनी उसके अकाउंट में डिपॉजिट कर दिया था, 220 रुपये। अब when the cyber security team was trailing a scammer, तो उनको दिखा कि ये बंदे के पास भी 220 रुपये गए, तो उन्होंने फ्लैग कर दिया बैंक को। बैंक ने क्या किया, पूरा ही फ्रीज कर दिया। सो दे फ्रीज्ड एंटायर 80 crores जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ 220 रुपीज़। दैट्स अ वेरी अगर ये किसी के साथ हो भाई, तो दैट्स अ वेरी हार्ट ब्रेकिंग थिंग। फिर यूल हैव टू रन, जगह जगह पे घूमना पड़ेगा, गो थ्रू एवरीवन, पुलिस, बैंक्स, फिर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सब दिखा दिखा के फिर कोर्ट में भी जाना पड़ेगा टू जस्ट गेट योर मनी रिलीज्ड। तो दैट्स अ होल लीगल बैटल। फिर अब इसी डिसेंट्रलाइज के ऊपर क्या बनते हैं हमारे डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड, यस यू विल हैव टू सफर। अभी आई थिंक द गवर्नमेंट हैज हैड अ रूल, पास्ड अ रूल कि द अमाउंट दैट यू हैड रिसीव्ड इन ब्लैक किसी बंदे से, उतना ही खाली लीन कर सकते हैं, दे कैन ओनली पॉज दैट अमाउंट। पूरा बैंक नहीं फ्रीज कर सकते। तो यू कैन जस्ट गो एंड फाइट द बैंक कि जितने अमाउंट पे केस चल रहा है उतना ही फ्रीज करो, बाकी सब रिलीज करो, और नहीं माने तो यू कैन टेक देम टू कोर्ट। द कोर्ट विल देन लेट हैव योर मनी अनफ्रीज्ड। बट वही है कि फिर कोर्ट के थ्रू कोर्ट कचहरी करनी पड़ती है फिर। So now let's move to what are decentralized applications. So decentralized applications are basically applications that are built on top of blockchains. A blockchain in itself is a decentralized platform, right? Blockchain decentralized है, जैसे मैंने बताया अभी पहले से बता रहा हूँ मैं, blockchain is decentralized, nobody controls it, people run it. तो इसमें क्या होगा कि इफ यू बिल्ड समथिंग ऑन टॉप ऑफ ब्लॉकचेन, ऑन टॉप ऑफ द चेन, तो क्या हो जाएगा आपका, इनहेरेंटली दैट बिकम्स अ डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड एप्लीकेशन, बिकॉज अगेन इट्स ओपन सोर्स। क्यों डिसेंट्रलाइज है? बिकॉज द ब्लॉकचेन हैज एक्सेस, द ब्लॉकचेन इज रनिंग द एप्लीकेशन, सो it will never go down. No single server controls the application or its data. That who controls the data? The blockchain controls the data. एंड मेजरली क्या होता है कि बड़े बड़े डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड एप्लीकेशंस में सारा कोड ओपन सोर्स होता है, तो यूजर्स कैन सी जाके और ऑडिट भी खुद ही कर सकते हैं कि अच्छा ये प्रोटोकॉल है, ये वाला सोर्स कोड यूज़ कर रहा है, इसके कोड में ये बग तो नहीं है, क्या मेरा ये प्रोटोकॉल यूज़ करना सेफ रहेगा, क्या मेरे फंड्स देना इस प्रोटोकॉल को सेफ रहेंगे, तो वो सब द यूजर कैन गो एंड क्रॉस वेरीफाई। फिर क्या होता है, द नेक्स्ट पार्ट इज दैट इट्स इंसेंटिवाइज्ड। अब इसमें क्या होता है कि people that use the protocol can either be rewarded, or they can use the protocol with the help of tokens, or what do you normally call them as cryptocurrencies, but उनको हम tokens भी बोलते हैं। तो people use tokens to interact with your applications. They can use the normal currency, जैसे इथेरियम हो गया, इथेरियम को यूज़ कर सकते हैं to interact with the smart contract, या फिर they can use the token that the protocol has created for the users. अब प्रोटोकॉल में क्या होता है कि there's a consensus mechanism, हर प्रोटोकॉल का खुद का गवर्नेंस होता है, खुद का डाओ बॉडी होता है। जिसमें मैंने आपको बोला कि अगर किसी द प्रोटोकॉल कैन नॉट डिसाइड ऑन इट्स ओन कि क्या मैसिव चेंजेस करने हैं, rather they'll have to go through the whole process of making a vote and then having the users cast vote onto the suggestion, and then फिर उसके ऊपर based on the users votes will the protocol make changes. So यहाँ पे ट्रेडिशनल में क्या होता है, ट्रेडिशनल में there is एक सेकेंड ना, just give me a moment. Yeah. So ट्रेडिशनल में there is normally क्या होता है, ट्रेडिशनल में अपना फ्रंट एंड होता है, there is the front end server, there is the back end server, and then there is the database, right? ये तीन मेन कंपोनेंट्स होते हैं ऑफ एन एप्लीकेशन टू मेक इट run or to put it live on the internet. You need the front end, back end and the database of a proper application. ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आपका बिना बैक एंड के एप्लीकेशन नहीं बन सकता, बन सकता है. पीपल हैव यू कैन मेक अ नॉर्मल HTML वेबसाइट एंड होस्ट इट, उससे आपको कोई रोक नहीं रहा है. बट नॉर्मल एप्लीकेशन, प्रॉपर फुल फ्लेज्ड एप्लीकेशन, जैसे कोई टू डू लिस्ट हो गई या कोई स्ट्रीमिंग वेबसाइट हो गई, वो सब बिना बैकएंड और डेटाबेस के तो नहीं चल सकते, राइट? बिकॉज दोज आर डायनेमिक वेबसाइट्स. तो इसके लिए ही इन अ ट्रेडिशनल ऐप वी हैव द फ्रंट एंड, बैक एंड एंड द डेटाबेस. एंड यहाँ पे वी ट्रस्ट द एंटिटी जिसने बनाया एप्लीकेशन को. जैसे नेटफ्लिक्स हो गया, वी ट्रस्ट नेटफ्लिक्स, राइट, टू गिव अस शोज. वैसे ही यहाँ पे इन डी एप्लीकेशन केस, इसको डी एप्स बोलते हैं हम. डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड एप्लीकेशन था शॉर्ट फॉर्म में, उसको हम बोलते हैं डी एप्स. तो अगर इन डी एप्स को बनाने के लिए हमको फ्रंट एंड चाहिए होता है, बैक एंड भी लगता है कभी कभी, एंड हाउ फार इज द स्कोप ऑफ ब्लॉकचेन? Blockchain has a good scope if you are able to create something very interesting. People might be, there are a lot of opportunities in this space. You'll have to first look out क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत सारे chains होते हैं. There are a bundle multiple, there's too much honestly कि आपको करना क्या है. यहाँ पे there's multiple types of chains. There's Ethereum, there's Solana, there's also called as Cosmos. तो यहाँ पे मल्टीपल चेन्स के अपने अपने खुद के लैंग्वेजेस होते हैं. एप्टॉस भी सुना होगा आपने, तो उनके खुद के अलग अलग लैंग्वेज है, खुद के अलग अलग उनका कंसेंसस कैसे चल रहा है, वो सब हर चेन का अलग अलग पूरा यही है, सिस्टम अलग है चेन का. यू विल हैव टू काइंड ऑफ फर्स्ट सी कि आप किस में कंफर्टेबल हो, किस में आपको करना है, विच चेन डू यू वांट टू परस्यू. फिर उसके हिसाब से यू कैन गेट इनटू द होल कम्युनिटी ऑफ दैट चेन. यू कैन फाइंड जॉब्स अराउंड दैट. जैसे अगर इथेरियम पे अगर हम कुछ बना रहे हैं, कंसिडरिंग सॉरी कंसिडरिंग डी एप्स, अगर मैं डी एप्स को इथेरियम पे सोचूं तो मुझे पहले सॉलिडिटी सीखनी पड़ेगी. I'll basically मुझे फ्रंट एंड तो आना ही चाहिए. नॉट नेसेसरीली यू कैन हैव अ फ्रंट एंड डेवलपर डू द फ्रंट एंड, बट yes, Ethereum Polygon, they use something called as Ethereum virtual machine. So उनके ऊपर if you learn Ethereum you can kind of learn almost all the chains. But यहाँ पे बहुत different types of chains भी हो जाते हैं. जैसे Solana uses a completely different architecture than Ethereum. तो अगर आप Ethereum सीखोगे तो you cannot build on Solana. It does not work that way. अगर आप Solana सीखोगे तो you cannot build on Ethereum. You'll have to learn their प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज, कैसे आर्किटेक्ट उनका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का क्या आर्किटेक्चर होता है, कैसे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स बनते हैं, डिप्लॉय होते हैं, वो अलग अलग हो जाता है. फिर इथेरियम पॉलीगॉन का काइंड ऑफ सिमिलर है. तो अगर आप इथेरियम सीख लोगे ना, तो आप जितने भी ईवीएम बेस्ड चेन्स होते हैं, ईवीएम इथेरियम वर्चुअल मशीन बेस्ड चेन्स, उनको सबको आप सीख लोगे एक बार में. बट सोलाना, कॉस्मोस, एप्टोस, देयर आर मल्टीपल चेन्स जिनका खुद का अलग ही आर्किटेक्चर है, लैंग्वेज भी अलग है. तो यू हैव टू काइंड ऑफ लर्न their language, the architecture, their deployment process, वो सब सीखना पड़ेगा. I hope I answered your question, but yeah, there's a lot of scope into blockchain. If you pursue it properly, you'll have a lot of opportunities. So DApps क्या होते हैं? Decentralized applications basically run on the blockchain. कोई सर्वर पे नहीं रन करते वो. How do they work? They work with the help of something called as smart contracts. ब्लॉकचेन है, हमारा ब्लॉकचेन है, ब्लॉकचेन के ऊपर भी डिप्लॉय स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. ये स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रन्स ऑन द ब्लॉकचेन इटसेल्फ, एंड द डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड एप्लीकेशन इज बेसिकली जस्ट अ फ्रंट एंड. हमारी जो वेबसाइट बनाएंगे ना उसी को हम डी ऐप बोलते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि द वेबसाइट इंटरेक्ट्स विद द स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एंड वॉट एवर वी डू विद द स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट द ब्लॉकचेन वेरीफाइज इट। गॉट इट? सो यहाँ पे एक तो हमारा फ्रंट एंड हो गया, हमारा स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो गया, एंड द थर्ड मेन इंपॉर्टेंट एंटिटी इज द ब्लॉकचेन। तो स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स रन ऑन ब्लॉकचेन एंड फ्रंट एंड हेल्प अस इंटरैक्ट विद द स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। बस इतना ही है। Decentralized application are front end or websites built to help us interact with smart contracts that are built on the blockchain. I hope आपको समझा ये। ओके, तो यहाँ पे आर्किटेक्चर देख लेते हैं हम फटाफट। आर्किटेक्चर क्या होता है? यहाँ पे सबसे पहले हमारा इंपॉर्टेंट क्या होता है? फ्रंट एंड क्या होता है? हमारा वेबसाइट। जो जैसे अब अभी आप स्ट्रीम यार्ड पे अपना स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, राइट? तो स्ट्रीम यार्ड आपका फ्रंट एंड हो गया, ये वेबसाइट आपकी फ्रंट एंड है। फिर नेक्स्ट क्या चाहिए होता है? यूजर चाहिए होते हैं। अगर आपको कोई एप्लीकेशन बनाना है, ऑफ कोर्स आपको यूजर्स चाहिए होंगे ना। तुम एप्लीकेशन बना किस लिए रहे हो? अगर इफ़ यू डोंट वांट एनीवन टू यूज इट, लोग खुद के लिए भी एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं, दैट वो भी एक फैक्ट है। बट मेजॉरिटी में एप्लीकेशंस आर बिल्ट सो दैट अदर पीपल कैन यूज इट एंड बेनिफिट फ्रॉम इट। तो वैसे ही यस, यूजर इंटरफेस इज द फ्रंट एंड। यस, दैट इज इट। तो वी हैव द फ्रंट एंड, वी हैव द वॉलेट। वॉलेट हम यहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन वॉलेट बेसिकली मीन्स द यूजर। ब्लॉकचेन पे क्या होता है कि ब्लॉकचेन पे यू डोंट साइन अप इनटू ब्लॉकचेन, यू डोंट हैव अ यूजर नेम, यू डोंट हैव अ पासवर्ड, यू हैव समथिंग कॉल्ड एज अ सीड फ्रेज और अ प्राइवेट की। सीड फ्रेज क्या होता है कि 12 वर्ड्स का एक की रहता है, वो की को आपको बहुत सिक्योरली स्टोर करना पड़ता है कि अगर किसी के हाथ में वो की लग गई तो आपका जो वॉलेट है ना वो उनके हाथ लग जाएगा। मतलब समझो आपने एक वॉलेट बनाया, और वॉलेट बना के आपने क्या किया कि उसके अंदर मैंने एक वॉलेट बनाया फॉर एग्जांपल, और मुझे 12 वर्ड्स का वो की फ्रेज मिला। मैंने उस की फ्रेज को क्या किया, लिख के रख दिया कहीं पे, और फिर बाद में किसी के हाथ लग गया। अब मैंने क्या किया था कि मेरे वॉलेट के अंदर मैंने एक इथेरियम रखा था, मतलब मैंने बाय किया था इन्वेस्टमेंट पर्पज से, तो मैंने उसको वॉलेट पे ही होल्ड कर रखा था, मेरे वॉलेट के अंदर रखा था। अब क्या हुआ कि वो सीड फ्रेज किसी ने ले लिया, तो अब वॉलेट का कंट्रोल भी उसके पास चला गया। क्यों? क्योंकि वो सीड फ्रेज यूज करेगा ना, तो उसको सिमिलर मेरा वॉलेट ही आएगा। तो इट्स डिटरमाइंड, एक प्राइवेट की या एक सीड फ्रेज विल ऑलवेज गिव यू योर एड्रेस। अब आई डोंट नो, अभी तो आप पे स्लाइड्स शेयर हो रही है, आई विल शो इट टू यू लेटर ऑन कि कैसे दिखते हैं एड्रेसेस, कैसे होते हैं एड्रेसेस। यूजुअली स्टार्ट विद 0x समथिंग समथिंग समथिंग, तो वो तुम्हारा वो ही यूजर हो गए। वॉलेट्स आर बेसिकली यूजर्स। द नेक्स्ट पार्ट इज स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स। स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेसिकली क्या होता है कि द लॉजिक, अगर हम बैकएंड में जो कोड लिखते हैं, नॉर्मली हम कैसे करते हैं, फ्रंट एंड बैकएंड। बैकएंड के अंदर लॉजिक होता है, फ्रंट एंड के अंदर इंटरेक्शन होता है, इंटरेक्शन हैंडलिंग, और कंडीशनल स्टेटमेंट्स होते हैं फ्रंट एंड में भी बैक एंड में भी। तो बट इसमें क्या होता है कि जो लॉजिक होता है हमारा मेन जो कोर लॉजिक रहेगा एप्लीकेशन का, दैट विल बी होस्टेड ऑन टू द स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। वो स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही रन करेगा, एंड देन वो कहाँ रन करेगा? ब्लॉकचेन के ऊपर। सो वी हैव 4 important bits here: the front end, the wallet basically means users, the smart contract, and then the blockchain. अब यहाँ पे ब्लॉकचेन रन कैसे करता है? ब्लॉकचेन रन्स ऑन नोड्स। जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे कि माइनर्स होते हैं, हम उनको नोड्स बोलते हैं। विल कंसिडर, दैट्स अ वेरी इजी एग्जांपल। देयर आर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ नोड्स, हर नोड माइन नहीं करता है, बट जस्ट फॉर द ईज ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग हम क्या कंसिडर करेंगे कि हर माइनर एक नोड है। तो नोड्स, देयर आर बेसिकली नोड प्रोवाइडर्स एज वेल। अगर जैसे समझो मुझे ब्लॉकचेन का एक्सेस चाहिए, राइट, बट मुझे एक नोड रन नहीं करना है, मुझे उसका स्ट्रगल ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि एक नोड रन करने के लिए एक तो मुझे पहले बहुत हैवी सर्वर लगेगा, बिकॉज इथेरियम की नोड का साइज अगर मैं चेक करूँ अभी, तो इट्स अराउंड 2 और 3 TB। अब इतना ज़्यादा स्टोरेज तो नहीं है मेरे पास 512 GB है, उसमें मैं 3 TB का इथेरियम कैसे रन करूँ, इथेरियम का पूरा चेन कैसे रन करूँ? डज नॉट मेक सेंस, ना ही फाइनेंशियली मेरे लिए वायबल है ये बात। तो इसमें क्या होता है कि देयर आर ब्लॉकचेन प्रोवाइडर्स, वो क्या करेंगे कि आपको RPC URL दे देंगे। the entire blockchain works. How do you interact with the blockchain? अब ब्लॉकचेन तो चल रहा है, पर आप कैसे इंटरेक्ट करोगे ब्लॉकचेन से? उसके लिए आते हैं आरपीसीज होते हैं, आरपीसी यूआरएल्स होते हैं. You use those URLs and then you query the blockchain. ब्लॉकचेन को तुम क्वेरी करते हो या ब्लॉकचेन पे तुम फिर ट्रांजेक्शन सेंड करते हो थ्रू दोज आरपीसी यूआरएल्स. तो that is what node providers do. Node providers give you those RPC URLs so that you can use them in your front end to interact with the blockchain or your smart contract. अब ये होगा हमारा नोड के बारे में, नोड प्रोवाइडर्स के बारे में. देयर इज डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड स्टोरेज एज वेल. डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड स्टोरेज इज बेसिकली हमारा कोई, जैसे मैंने बोला कि हम कोई सर्वर तो नहीं हो उसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं, तो हम फाइल्स कहाँ स्टोर करें? बिकॉज ब्लॉकचेन पे यू कैन स्टोर फाइल्स, बट इट्स नॉट द बेस्ट वे टू डू इट, क्योंकि ब्लॉकचेन पे एक लिमिट होती है. देयर इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लिमिट ऑफ 24 किलोबाइट. उससे ज़्यादा तुम स्टोर नहीं कर सकते. आई मीन यू कैन डेफिनेटली स्टोर इट, यू कैन चंक इट आउट, फाइल्स को स्प्लिट कर सकते हो, बट यू कैन नॉट स्टोर बिग फाइल्स. जैसे तो समझो तुमको 2 GB का कोई वीडियो स्टोर करना है, वो तो तुम नहीं कर पाओगे. दैट इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल टू स्टोर ऑन द ब्लॉकचेन इटसेल्फ. और अगर तुमने बाय हुक और क्रुक स्टोर कर भी लिया, तुमने यू हैव डिप्लॉयड thousands of contracts just to store chunks of that video, बट ब्लॉकचेन से डेटा रीड करना, फिर उसको कंपाइल करना, एंड देन फिर वीडियो बना के प्रोसेस करना, उसके लिए बहुत कंप्यूटिंग पावर लगेगा सबसे पहले, एंड देन बहुत टाइम कंज्यूमिंग भी रहेगा. तो स्टोरेज, ब्लॉकचेन डज नॉट प्रोवाइड डेटा स्टोरेज, आई मीन सॉरी, फाइल स्टोरेज. ब्लॉकचेन डज प्रोवाइड डेटा स्टोरेज, but it does not provide file storage. So to store large files, there are decentralized storages available as well. उसमें से सबसे फेमस जो है, that is called as IPFS protocol. IPFS is a protocol जहाँ पे तुम्हारी फाइल्स, जो भी तुम फाइल अपलोड करोगे ना, वो मल्टीपल नोड्स पे जाके स्टोर हो जाएगी, एंड यू विल पे अ फी. क्योंकि तुम ऑफकोर्स फाइल स्टोर कर रहे हो तो फ्री में थोड़ी होगा, यू विल हैव टू पे समथिंग ना. तो whenever you upload a file, that file is cloned over to multiple IPFS nodes, and then you'll have to pay a fee to the IPFS protocol to make sure that your file stays. And then you can anytime you'll get a file hash. उस फाइल हैश को लेके तुम, you can always query your file back, कभी भी डाउनलोड कर सकते हो. It never gets deleted. एंड देन देयर आर ओरेकल्स. ओरेकल्स तो आपको पता ही होगा. ओरेकल का मतलब क्या होता है कि जैसे आपने कभी प्रिडिक्शन करने गए हो, बेटिंग करने गए हो, तुमने कभी फ्यूचर में बेट किया कि विल ट्रम्प बिकम द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, और सॉरी द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ यूएसए. ये अगर मैं बेट करता, प्रिडिक्ट करता इन 2024 कैन में, तो आई वुड हैव मेड मनी. तो इसमें क्या होता है, ओरेकल का काम क्या होता है? ब्लॉकचेन पे यू डोंट हैव अ सोर्स ऑफ ट्रूथ. समझ रहे हो? बिकॉज ब्लॉकचेन इज डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड, तो यू कैन नॉट ट्रस्ट वॉट एवर डेटा सम रैंडम पर्सन इज गिविंग आउट. तो उसके लिए क्या होता है कि देयर आर ओरेकल्स. वो ओरेकल्स क्या करेंगे कि आपको, यू ट्रस्ट द ओरेकल्स कि आप मुझे करेक्ट डेटा दोगे. तो ओरेकल्स का यही काम रहता है कि वो डेटा रियल वर्ल्ड से, दैट रियल इंटरनेट से दे विल गेट यू डेटा ऑन टू द चेन. तो यू कैन, there are various oracles. The most famous one is Chainlink. Chainlink is the biggest oracle provider, which basically you can use Chainlink to get data from Web 2 to Web 3. Blockchain को क्या कहते हैं? Blockchain, we usually refer to blockchain as Web 3. And जो अपना normal internet है, जैसे Facebook, Google, all of those we consider them as Web 2. So oracles help you. Because blockchain पे ना, तो you cannot directly access the internet. Blockchain cannot access the internet at all. तो अगर तुम्हें कोई डेटा चाहिए इंटरनेट से, तो तुम कैसे लाओगे? You cannot, because blockchain पे नेटवर्क एक्सेस नहीं है. You cannot just say you cannot send a get request through the smart contract. Blockchain does not do that. तो इसके लिए तुम्हें oracles पे डिपेंड करना पड़ता है, because so that the oracle will fetch the internet, pass the data to the contract, and then you'll use it. So ये होते हैं हमारे oracles. Now let's see the difference between Web 2 and Web 3. Web 2 में क्या होता है कि it's centralized. Web 2 में आपको मैंने बता दिया, centralized होता है, लॉगिन पासवर्ड होता है, डेटा कंपनी ओन करती है, पेमेंट सब बैंक से जाते हैं, प्लेटफॉर्म पे आपको ट्रस्ट करना पड़ता है। एंड यस, यू नीड टू ट्रस्ट द प्लेटफॉर्म एंड द सेंट्रल एंटिटी। तो इसमें क्या होता है कि जैसे मैंने बताया, डेटा इज कंट्रोल बाय दैट स्पेसिफिक एंटिटी, जो भी रहेगा, फेसबुक हो गया, गूगल हो गया, नेटफ्लिक्स हो गया, या हमारे बैंक्स हो गए, या हमारी गवर्नमेंट हो गई। तो सब सेंट्रलाइज्ड है, डेटा उनके पास है, वो कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। अगर आपने एक बैंक को अपना आधार कार्ड दे दिया, तो द बैंक विल कीप दैट आधार कार्ड, डेटा रहेगा उनके पास हमेशा। दे कैन ऑल्सो मॉडिफाई योर डेटा, फ्रीज कर देंगे, अकाउंट डिसेबल कर देंगे नेटफ्लिक्स वाले, फेसबुक वाले अकाउंट बैन कर देंगे, डिसेबल कर देंगे। तो उनके पास पावर रहती है वो सब कंट्रोल करने के लिए, वो सब चीज़ें करने के लिए। बट इन वेब3 ऑल ऑफ दैट इज रिमूव्ड। वेब3 में क्या होता है, लॉगिन कैसे होता है आपका? लॉगिन होता है आपका प्राइवेट की से, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया 12 वर्ड का सीड फ्रेज मिलता है, और यू गेट अ प्राइवेट की फिर वो यूज करके पीपल कैन लॉग इन टू दीज डिसेंट्रलाइज एप्लीकेशंस। डेटा भी यूजर ओन्ड होता है, क्योंकि डेटा इज स्टोर्ड ऑन टू द चेन, एंड द चेन नोज कि ये डेटा आपका है। तो डेटा इज ओन्ड बाय द यूजर। पेमेंट्स कैसे होते हैं? पेमेंट्स होते हैं क्रिप्टो में, मतलब क्रिप्टो में या टोकन्स में, नॉर्मली ऑन ब्लॉकचेन। एंड द ट्रस्ट, we don't trust any central entity, we trust the code and the cryptography. यहाँ पे सबसे बड़े वेब3 के डिसेंट्रलाइज एप्लीकेशन अगर आपको देखने हैं सबसे बड़े, तो सब द बिगेस्ट वन इज यूनिस्वॉप। नो, नो मितेश, we cannot do that. I mean, there are ways you can use UPI to get crypto. You can use a exchange or something, but UPI cannot be directly integrated into the chain. That is not possible. I mean, you cannot send INR through blockchain. Okay, let's move ahead. Then smart contracts. जैसे मैंने कहा आपको कि basically you need to write some code backend that the developer will deploy on the chain, and then the front end will interact with the smart contract. So what is a smart contract? A smart contract is a piece of code that is self executing. मतलब किसी बंदे को आके वो कोड रन नहीं करना होता, rather any person can interact with that code and the code will run on its own onto the blockchain. ब्लॉकचेन का काम क्या होता है कि ब्लॉकचेन मेक्स श्योर कि कोड के अंदर जो लिखा है, जो लॉजिक लिखा हुआ है, जो अग्रीमेंट्स हुए हैं, दैट दोज कंडीशंस आर मेट। अगर वो कंडीशन नहीं मेट हो रहे या ट्रांजेक्शन फेल हो रहा है, तो ब्लॉकचेन क्या करेगा कि वो ट्रांजेक्शन आपको बता देगा कि इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल टू परफॉर्म दिस एक्शन ऑन द चेन, आपका ट्रांजेक्शन फेल हो जाएगा। ये काम हो जाता है ब्लॉकचेन का। ब्लॉकचेन मेक श्योर जो भी आपने लॉजिक लिखा है, कोड लिखा है इनटू द स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, दैट रन्स एज इट इज रिटन। सो इसमें क्या हो जाता है, इसमें आ जाता है हमारा कोड लिखना, कोड डिप्लॉय करना ऑन द चेन। और इस पर सबसे खास बात ये है कि अगर आपने एक बार कॉन्ट्रैक्ट डिप्लॉय कर दिया, तो आप कोड को चेंज नहीं कर सकते। इट्स इम्यूटेबल। एनीथिंग यू डिप्लॉय ऑन द चेन इज इम्यूटेबल। एक बार डिप्लॉय कर दिया, आपको एड्रेस मिल गया डिप्लॉयमेंट का, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का, उस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एड्रेस पे वही कोड रहेगा। नोबडी कैन गो बैक एंड अरे मैंने एंड से कि अरे मैंने एक बग आ गया उसमें, तो मुझे उसको वापस रीडिप्लॉय करना है। बट यू कैन नॉट रीडिप्लॉय द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऑन द सेम एड्रेस। जैसे अभी आप कोई बैकएंड सर्विस रन करते हो, तो आप netflix.com पे रहती है, राइट? जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल नेटफ्लिक्स पकड़ लो, नेटफ्लिक्स का डोमेन क्या है? netflix.com। नेटफ्लिक्स कैन ऑटोमेटिकली मेक चेंजेस इनटू द बैक एंड जो netflix.com पे रिफ्लेक्ट होंगे, राइट? वैसे ही हर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट और हर वॉलेट का अपना एक एड्रेस रहता है। अब उस एड्रेस पे एक बार कोई अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट डिप्लॉय हो गया है, तो वो एड्रेस पे वही कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रहेगा, यू कैन नॉट चेंज दैट। अगर आप वापस से कोई नया अगर आपको लगे कि अरे शिट मैंने गलत को डिप्लॉय कर दिया, बग आएगा उसमें, तो आप क्या कर सकते हो, यू कैन डिप्लॉय न्यू कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। आपको एक नया एड्रेस मिलेगा, यू जस्ट नीड टू चेंज दैट एड्रेस इनटू द फ्रंट एंड। तो फ्रंट एंड आपका पुराना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से इंटरेक्ट ना करके नए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से इंटरेक्ट करेगा। आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड। आपको सब समझ में आ रहा है ना? डू लेट मी नो इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस। यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि यहाँ पे द सेम डिटर्मिनिस्टिक होता है। अगर आप एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को जैसे कोई कोड है, अगर मैं कोड को एक इनपुट दे रहा हूँ तो आउटपुट हमेशा सेम ही देगा, डिपेंडिंग ऑन द लॉजिक ऑफ कोर्स। जो भी लॉजिक तुम लिखोगे स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में, तो उस हिसाब से आपको आउटपुट आएगा। इफ यू गिव द सेम इनपुट विल ऑलवेज रिटर्न द सेम आउटपुट डिपेंडिंग ऑन द लॉजिक। अगेन यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि हर इंटरेक्शन का, अगर आप एक स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हो, कोई फंक्शन रन कर रहे हो, तो उसमें क्या होगा कि आपको एक फीस देनी पड़ती है। वो फीस फिर माइनस को मिलती है, माइनस को, चेन को, स्टेकर्स को। तो द ऑल द ब्लॉकचेन रन्स इज ऑन फीस। आप जब भी कोई इंटरेक्शन करते हो ना, कोई ट्रांजेक्शन भेजते हो, तो उसकी आपको एक फ़ी देनी पड़ती है। वो फ़ी को हम बोलते हैं गैस फ़ी। यू नो टू मेक श्योर दैट जो भी लोग माइनस रन कर रहे हैं, नोड्स रन कर रहे हैं, उन वो you can use Rust on Solana. Solana uses Rust. You cannot use Rust on Ethereum. Ethereum has its own programming language called Solidity. ये जो आप देख रहे हो ना, अभी एग्जांपल देख रहे हो ना, सॉलिडिटी एग्जांपल वैसा लिखता है। दैट रन्स ऑन इथेरियम। बट सोलाना ब्लॉकचेन है ना, उस पर यू कैन यूज रस्ट। और भी एक चेन है, शायद मैं भूल गया नाम। देयर इज वन मोर चेन दैट यू कैन यूज रस्ट ऑन। द गैस फीस हो गया। आई होप दैट क्लियर्स योर डाउट। गैस फीस हो गया। टू मेक एवरी ट्रांजेक्शन वी नीड टू पे अ गैस फी। एंड देन देयर इज अ एड्रेस। हर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का खुद का एड्रेस होता है, दैट वी कैन इंटरेक्ट विद। बहुत सारे टाइप ऑफ डिसेंट्रलाइज एप्लीकेशंस होते हैं हमारे। एक डीफाई हो गया। डीफाई बेसिकली मीन्स डिसेंट्रलाइज फाइनेंस। जो आप जेरोदा हो गया, जेरोदा हैज़ बीन डिप्लॉयड ऑन टू ब्लॉकचेन इटसेल्फ। मतलब जेरोदा नहीं, नॉट एग्जैक्टली जेरोदा, बट आप जैसे मैं आपको बोला, द बिगेस्ट डिसेंट्रलाइज एप्लीकेशन क्या है ऑन द ब्लॉकचेन, इट्स कॉल्ड एज यूनिस्वैप. Uniswap is a decentralized finance. It's a way to buy and sell crypto tokens, anything. So pura Zerodha type of infrastructure is already built on the blockchain. You can go and buy and sell tokens. You can normally आप जैसे कोई भी सेंट्रलाइज एक्सचेंज पे करोगे, आप वहाँ पे जाके डिसेंट्रलाइज कर सकते हो। कोई भी आपको रोक नहीं सकता। कैन नोबडी कैन ट्रैक यू। आई मीन देयर आर मेथड्स टू ट्रैक ऑफ कोर्स, बट नॉर्मली अगर आप कुछ एक्सपोज नहीं करोगे तो नोबडी कैन ट्रैक यू कि ये अमित ने ये कर दिया या वरुण ने वो कर दिया। दे ऑल दिस इज एन एड्रेस। उस एड्रेस पे दिखेगा कि इतने सारे ट्रांजेक्शन हो रहे हैं, बट दे वोंट नो कि एड्रेस किसका है। सिमिलरली वी हैव मार्केट प्लेसेस फॉर एनएफटीज। आपने एनएफटी के बारे में सुना होगा। पिक्चर्स, जो एक पिक्चर इमेज होती है जिसको लोग बाय एंड सेल करते हैं। Then there are gaming and GameFi. GameFi is basically game finance. Play to earn games भी बन चुके हैं blockchain पे, where you can play the game and earn money out of it. But those are very rare. आपको पैसे फिर भी डालने ही पड़ते हैं। फिर there are DAOs, decentralized governance organization. DAOs जैसे मैंने आपको बोला कि governance bodies भी होती हैं। अगर कोई प्रोटोकॉल में बहुत बड़ा चेंज करना है तो these DAOs come into picture. They'll cast a vote. They'll cast a question and then ask people to vote onto it. The members of that organization. फिर यहाँ पे आता है सोशल आइडेंटिटी। ओन योर सोशल आइडेंटिटी एंड ग्राफ। आपका एड्रेस है, आप क्या कर रहे हो वो आपके कंट्रोल में है। नोबडी कैन स्टील इट अनलेस एंड अनटिल आपके प्राइवेट की आप किसी को लीक कर दो या कोई आपके सीट फेस को देख ले, तब तक तो आपका जो वॉलेट एड्रेस है वो आपका ही है। फिर स्टोरेज, जैसे मैंने बताया, यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड स्टोरेज, दैट इज IPFS एंड सो ऑन. There's more than $50 billion logged into DeFi itself. So DeFi is a very big market. There are more than 40-50,000 plus activity है honestly. And blockchain पे बहुत सारे users हैं, बहुत सारे users हैं. So there's a lot of scope. If you want to build something, build a good application, a decentralized application, you can make a lot of money out of it, and you can also help people on through it. Then there's the building block, हमने already देख लिया है. There's the user interface, the wallet layer. Wallet layer is basically helping the user easily transact onto the chain. हमारा smart contract आता है, फिर that is deployed onto the chain, and then the blockchain layer, the blockchain itself. Nodes के बारे में हमने बात कर ली कि nodes are basically URLs given to access the blockchain data or to send something something to the chain. Then there's indexing. Indexing is basically just very quickly, if you want to be able to very quickly see a wallet's history, you cannot query the blockchain पे अगर डेटा हम query करना है तो बहुत स्लो होता है. Blockchain is not meant honestly to query back पीछे का डेटा बहुत स्लो होता है. तो उसके लिए लोगों ने they've made solutions to this problem. It's called as indexing. Indexing basically very quickly indexes data and stores it in a uh, normal server, so you can always query the data very easily. So वहाँ पे क्या होगा कि ब्लॉकचेन पे तो डेटा है ही, बट एक सेकंड कॉपी हम हमारे पास रखते हैं एक सर्वर के ऊपर, शॉर्ट में डेटा रखते हैं, सो दैट वी कैन वेरी इजीली गो बैक एंड लुक इट अप. देन देयर इज आईपीएफएस, स्टोरेज के बारे में आ गया, टू स्टोर लार्ज फाइल्स. एंड देन देयर इज ओरेकल्स, बिकॉज स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स कैन नॉट एक्सेस इंटरनेट, वी नीड ओरेकल्स लाइक चेनलिंक. लिमिटेशंस क्या होते हैं इसमें, चैलेंजेस क्या होती हैं? स्केलेबिलिटी होता है सबसे पहले तो, बिकॉज इथेरियम बहुत स्लो है. इथेरियम में 12 सेकंड लगते हैं. इफ़ आई वांट टू डू सम एक्शन, राइट, अगर मुझे कोई एक्शन परफॉर्म करना है, मुझे क्या करना है कि मुझे अभी बाय करना है, तो मैं अगर बाय क्लिक करता हूँ, ट्रांजेक्शन साइन करता हूँ, कन्फर्म करता हूँ, तो 12 सेकंड बाद वो ट्रांजेक्शन कन्फर्म होता है. ये दिस इज द केस फॉर इथेरियम वर्सेस बिटकॉइन में तो आपको 8 से 10 मिनट रुकना पड़ता है. अगर आप किसी को पैसे भेज रहे हो, यू सेंडिंग सम बिटकॉइन टू समवन, यू हैव टू वेट 12 मिनट्स एट मैक्स. फिर यहाँ पे गैस फी होती है, जिसमें आपको बोला कि हर ट्रांजेक्शन के लिए फ़ी भरनी पड़ती है. यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस कभी कभी बहुत पुअर होता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे सीड फेसेस बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स स्टफ है ना. सीड फेस हो गया, वॉलेट सेटअप करना हो गया, गैस एस्टिमेशन हो गया, फिर स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स के रिस्क भी होते हैं. अगर बग है, जिसमें आपको बोला बग आ गया कोड में, तो बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे नुकसान हो सकते हैं. अगर एक प्रोटोकॉल चल रहा है, एक प्रोटोकॉल के कोड में बग आ गया, बहुत सारे पैसे को लॉस हुआ है. फिर ब्लॉकचेन हर जगह पे एक्सेप्टेड नहीं है, सारे गवर्नमेंट्स को पसंद नहीं आता ये. नॉट ऑल द गवर्नमेंट्स लाइक इट. रेगुलेटेड नहीं है, तो रेगुलेटरी अनसर्टिनिटी भी है. और फिर इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, एक ब्लॉकचेन दूसरे ब्लॉकचेन के साथ एकदम फ्लुएंटली काम नहीं कर सकता. देयर आर ब्रिजेस, ब्लॉकचेन प्रोटोकॉल्स भी बने हुए हैं that help mend the bridge, but directly Ethereum cannot connect, contact or interact with Solana directly. So these are all the challenges. क्या टेकअवेज हुए हमारे सेशन से? डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन क्या होता है, डी एप्स क्या होते हैं, स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स क्या होते हैं, एंड वेब 3 क्या होता है. दैट इज इट फ्रॉम माई साइड. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस, मैं चेक करता हूँ एक बार. I heard that you need to pay around less than half tax to the government. Not necessarily. The tax is around 30%. 30% पे भी when you make when you do a transaction, 1% TDS कटता है and then 30% टैक्स कटता है. बट इसमें ऐसा होता है कि यू कैनॉट रीबेट. स्टॉक्स में कैसा होता है कि अगर आपका लॉस होता है ना, तो आप क्या कर सकते हो, आप रीबेट कर सकते हो गवर्नमेंट को कि हाँ मैंने इसमें प्रॉफिट तो किया, बट यहाँ पे मैंने लॉस भी तो किया, तो प्रॉफिट में से उतना लॉस कट हो जाता है. फिर आपको जितना वो अमाउंट बचे ना, उस पर टैक्स भरना पड़ता है, जो भी 10%, 12%. आप डे ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हो तो उसका अलग, लॉन्ग टर्म का उसका अलग. बट यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि यहाँ पे अगर आपने एक बार ट्रांजेक्शन कर लिया, तो आपको उसका 30% भरना ही है. लॉस रिबेट नहीं होता यहाँ पे. अगर आपने समझो क्या किया कि मैंने अभी एक बिटकॉइन, समझो मैंने एक कॉइन खरीदा कोई, तो उसका प्राइस था 100 रुपीज़. अब मैंने उसको 100 रुपये में खरीद लिया, अब मैंने उसको सेल कर दिया फॉर 300 रुपीज़, तो उसमें से मुझे 90 रुपीज़ गवर्नमेंट को देने ही है. भले से वो सेल करने के बाद मैंने क्या किया कि मैंने दूसरा कॉइन खरीद लिया और उसको उसमें लॉस हो गया मेरा, बट गवर्नमेंट क्या देखेगी कि आपका जो पहले 300 रुपीज़ प्रॉफिट हुआ था ना, उस पर आपको 90% सेल कर, 90% हमें देना ही है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे रिबेट नहीं होता. तो दैट इज़ अ वेरी सैड थिंग, बट इट इज़ वॉट इट इज़. So I think that's it from my side. If you have any questions, you can type it in the chat. Okay. So I think that's it. Nobody has any questions anymore. So I'm done with my session. It was a pleasure to be able to teach you all, and I hope that we can meet again someday. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Let's meet again. Bye bye.
Thank you, Amit sir. Your deep technical insight and practical takeaway has given everyone a stronger understanding and possibilities ahead. We truly appreciate your value added today in our resources. If you have any resources, please put it on the Discord. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I'll send the sheet and PDF, everything onto the Discord.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Next, we have generative AI track, guys. So we will be starting it soon. Stay tuned. Thank you everyone for joining us. Due to some reason, the blockchain session has been postponed. Stay tuned to the Discord, Instagram, YouTube, and StreamYard for the updation. And thank you so much for your patience. And that's bringing us to the end of the journey today. You all have been absolutely insights have been brighten up today's session, but it is not the end. We have many more exciting session lineups for tomorrow. So see you tomorrow with a new energy, new ideas, and whole lots of building. On behalf of the entire Level Up team, thank you for being here today. Thank you so much. Now you all can leave. Thank you so much, guys.